Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock on September 7th, 2023, so I'll call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for September 7th, 2023, and ask you to all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Vice Chairman Wes Rice.
If you'll join me in the pledge, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Coverly, could you do us a favor and make those eagles face us versus the wall? Thank you. There you go. If Assemblyman Ken Gray was here, he would interrupt things and make sure that those were done. So anyways, at this time then, we do have Commissioner Hales is joining us remotely today. So I just wanted to let the crowd, the audience know why that chair over there is vacant right now. So anyway, she'll be joining us online today. In addition to that, based on the length of what I appear to see on the agenda today, it appears that we will be needing to take a lunch. So we'll figure out at exactly when a good time to break for that will be, but we'll take a minimum of 1 hour lunch break today. So at this time, we'll go into public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment.
David Nelson. I want to talk today about the bond that was turned down by the Debt Management Committee. I think they did the right thing, and I'm going to give you the reasons why here in a minute. There's an old saying, you can fool the people, some of the people part of the time, part of the people all the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. This was an occasion of trying to fool the people. We were told the $57 million was for the Judicial Center, but in the documents that I've discovered, there is a statement that the established value of the construction is $31.872 million. There's a discrepancy of $25 million between what that building will cost and what you were asking the county to, not the county to approve, but you were going to approve without a vote of the people. I believe that general obligation bonds of this size should go to the people for a vote. This amount was indebting every single citizen in Douglas County for almost $1,200. If you're a family of five, that's $6,000 you're being indebted if you're a family of five. That should go to the people. Now, I don't know exactly where this number came from, but it's on the CMAR RFP, page 2, established construction budget, $31,872,000. Why were you asking for $57 million? It just doesn't make any sense, and this is why I put forward the option of doing a lease option, because this number was so outrageously high. There was other options that could have made it happen. But why did this committee approve this 5-0 to go forward? There were no questions asked that day. I couldn't believe it. It just flew through here, and it stinks. Please provide the public with good information so we know that what you're doing is the right thing. Thank you.
For the record, Jeannie Shizuru. I want to call to the board's attention today that Commissioner Charlotte Hales has been posting to the social media network, Nextdoor website, and she's making her positions on VHRs public. As the initiative is currently being circulated to remove vacation home rentals in Douglas County, and it may come before her as a commissioner, she should not be making those public statements that actually show her bias one way or the other. And we may ask her, if she continues, to recuse herself if and when we get the votes together, that she cannot vote on this issue because she's already been out there saying how she feels about it. It's just not fair to the citizens. So on Nextdoor, she even went to the extent to say that the Valley voters should not be allowed to vote on this initiative. Shame on her. Who does she think she is? This is a county subject, a county vote. How dare she do that? I am also dismayed by the misinformation that she spread on Nextdoor. She said that the county was going to lose $5 million if the VHRs were removed from the neighborhoods. But in the last 4 years, an average of $3.5 million of the VHR licensing fees and TOT taxes went to the Visitors Authority for their marketing plans, probably to pay that bond payment for the event center. That's probably where that $3.5 million is actually going to, since they haven't finished the building quite yet. And only 1.2 goes to Douglas County, to the Parks and Recreation Department to maintain the parks, which, given the added tourists that use the parks in Tahoe, probably that money is needed to help clean up the over-tourism that is going on at the lake. Let's see. And secondly, she said that there is an uptick in employment at the lake. There's kind of a gold rush mentality of people getting VHRs ready, cleaning up VHRs, repairing VHRs, everything, and that is leaving the residents at Tahoe Township without enough plumbers and contractors and house cleaners to clean their residences and long-term rental properties. It's also grossly inflating the price for their services. The next thing I want to say is that she said that we had a scare tactic. Our initiative for the county voters is to have equality of who gets to vote on this initiative and where the VHRs get to be. It is not a scare tactic, it's equality. And finally, she voted against decreasing the number of guests and mandating sufficient parking spaces when it came before you in amending the ordinance for the VHRs.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Kaplan. I'm representing the residents of Douglas County over by the sawmill, Jacks Valley. We have here over 140 signatures of complaints from the noise level at the mill. Now, we're not asking them to close down. We're not asking them to do anything different except stop working from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. I've called Douglas County. They've said they can't do nothing. It's tribal land. I've called the police. They've gone down there. Nothing we can do. The tribal captain told me to turn on some white noise, put on earplugs. Well, would you like to sleep with earplugs all night? I have an air conditioner I turn on, windows closed, ceiling fan on. You can still hear the pounding. We have over 2.5 months of emails back and forth with the director of the site, and he keeps telling us they're doing everything they can to keep the noise down. But every day there's an excuse when we contact him, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, third-party residents or contractors are coming in, and we're trying to get them to keep quiet. We have our employees on there to help them, but it doesn't do any good." I don't know how much longer we can take of noise. The EPA says that every American is entitled to a restful sleep. The Noise Control Act of 1972 establishes the national policy to promote an environment for all Americans free from noise that jeopardizes the health and safety and welfare. While primarily responsibility to control noise rests with state and local governments, federal action is essential to deal with major noise sources in commerce, control of which require national uniformity of treatment. Now, everybody says tribal sovereign land, they could do everything they want, but that noise crosses into Douglas County land. If you people want to get an RV and sit on my property for the night, I will welcome all of you and see if you could function the next day. Good thing I'm not a doctor and don't have to operate. But we need your help to step in. They have to do work outside of tribal land. They have to do work in Carson City. I don't know why we can't get together with the tribe and solve this problem. They have 16 hours a day to get work done, and they're running 2 shifts. And we keep imploring them, why can't you run 2 8-hour shifts up until 10? And we get, well, there's too many people around there. Well, it can't be that many people because there's not a whole lot of people working by there when I walk by or drive by. They using the tribe as a means to do what they want and to trample over our rights. And it's amazing that nobody wants to come in and say anything and help us out to solve this situation. There are people on our block who are on hospice and can't sleep, and the way our ground is, it slopes up to Jacks Valley Road, so the log deck doesn't help the people.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Philip Schloss with 1L. I want to talk to you about the consent agenda item 3, and which is an increase of funding to the Woods Rogers to be moved to the administrative agenda in order for the public to further study the rationale for almost 60% increase of the original funding, which I think is excessive. And my other reason would be I'd like to hear this item as a discussion item so it's not open for possible action today, to give me and possibly you more time to understand why Wood Rogers is asking for the 60% increase. And as a side, I'd rather say the $5,200 go to the Sheriff's Department for what they need as additional grant money to accept a grant. Thank you for your time.
For the record, Elizabeth Learnhardt. Honorable Chairman, Commissioners, it has been less than 2 months since NDOT was here in this room making promises, and now they broke it already. Despite the affirmation by Darren Tedford, they have put out a new proposal on their webpage regarding the East Shore Highway 50 CMP. They acknowledge that the Skyland fence will be impacted. A $900,000 cost for this fence paid by the Skyland GID and loan guaranteed by the Douglas County. This makes it a county business. Incidentally, this fence had gone through a 5-year approval prior by NDOT. So obviously NDOT works on different levels that don't communicate with each other. They have completely undermined their own sincerity and integrity. How can anyone negotiate in earnest with this agency? Not only have they not provided any proof that their plans are getting to benefit the traffic situation on Highway 50, they now claim that the bike lane has nothing to do with their plan. It is a coincidental benefit since there will be an empty traffic lane. What a pivot and a lucky twist of fate. We should have transparency as to who keeps pushing this project, despite the governor's and Mr. Tedford's promise to the contrary. Why did they not communicate the new survey that's included in this proposal to the locals? 300 bikers from San Francisco could take the survey. How does that relate to us? Why is NDOT so keen to be in the recreation business, not in the transportation business? Please realize that an official response from this commission is past due. You have a moral and now a financial obligation to act it. honest. Do not allow the likes of Melissa Chandler to make a fool out of Douglas County. Don't let NDOT continue to willfully ignore your constituents' wishes and needs. An official resolution to the NDOT Board of Trustees and to the governor is what will remind them they have a duty to us. Thank you.
Mr. Kaplan, you're not leaving, are you, yet? Could you please delay your exit for a few minutes until after public comment? Thank you. You asked us to address a situation. I want to.
Ready? Okay. For the record, I'm Beth Wallace. I'm a resident of Zephyr Heights, and I'm also here to ask you to formally have communication with the DOT regarding the US 50 East Shore Corridor Management Plan and the DOT's recent survey. After last month's commissioner meeting and after the DOT withdrew the proposal for a trial or demonstration lane reduction project, I spoke to Mr. Tedford regarding the next step. And that is where he indicated that a simple survey would be distributed to residents in our area. But the DOT was still trying to figure out how they might do that. Mass mailings, maybe email addresses they had collected, and maybe some GID contact lists. Imagine my surprise over the weekend when I heard from a friend about the online survey. As residents, we did not feel that we had any notification that this was being done, although they have now printed that information in our Tahoe media outlets. I hope you have seen the survey. In my professional life, I have developed many surveys and assessments, and this survey is greatly flawed. Question number 1 asks where I live, and it not only includes our current area, but anyone in the state can respond. My son in San Diego took it. There's no process for verifying our residents. We can mark whatever we want, so we will not have accurate representation of who's responding and any weighted considerations. If you've read the questions, I believe the wording of many of the questions is leading, containing information the DOT wants to confirm rather than trying to get a true and unbiased answer to a particular question. A respondent is able to take the survey repeatedly. I am not proud of the fact that I tried this yesterday, but it did confirm my suspicions. What assurance do we have that special interest groups will share the survey link and encourage multiple responses from each individual? Finally, some of the accompanying information from accompanying the survey is misleading and a misrepresentation of facts. Please represent us and share our concerns with the DOT as to the survey contents and concerns, and at the least, carefully scrutinize any results they provide you with. Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Repeating my opening comment at the recent strategic plan meeting, I believe public participation is essential in the compilation of all plans that affect the future direction of this county. I completed the strategic plan survey released September 5th, and I'm not completely convinced that I'm accurately being heard based on limitations of comments. Also would like to know when the August 24th consultant kickoff meeting conclusions will be published, hopefully in enough time before the September 19th meeting here. I'm encouraging many people to participate. Next, I asked Kevin, the general manager of the Events Center, when the grand opening was going to be held. He responded, a ribbon cutting is scheduled for September 18th. Hopefully, Douglas County will be posting that on site. He further stated in October there will be an open house and a community day. Next, glad to see the NDOT Wood Rogers survey coming forward by many people. They have been very disingenuous. I support all the comments you heard about it today. Next, I noticed there was no Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board meeting in September. Does this mean you as a board finally have decided to let the ordinance go for a year and do not expect the density solution in October? I personally believe this board doesn't even know what it's asking for. What is the definition of density? Whose definition? Density comes in many forms. Too many people in one location, too many people on one street, too many people in one house, too many cars, causing parking issues. The ordinance is a work in progress. Please let it stand for a year. Next, I inquired about an administrative item. I'm hoping that once we hear about the evacuation plan, and as stated, Douglas County created an evacuation committee. I'm requesting that that committee come back to this board to have a presentation of what they do, who they are, and open question and answers. Do we still have a local emergency planning committee that posted last in 2018? The 9/11 Emergency Service Department reports directly to the county manager. That should probably be on that webpage as well. That begs the question, who's responsible for webpage content? I know the departments do their own. I'd like to commend the sheriff, the clerk treasurer. Their sites are easily accessed. I understand that the Community Relations and Public Information team is responsible for the overall administration, I think. We need to take a look at it. The government pull-downs, links work, but the departments individually have issues. The link to the clerk's office doesn't open. It goes back to the department list. Tahoe General Services, Cale Community Center, Lake Tahoe Branch. My point is the public, both in Tahoe, Township, and the Valley, rely upon the ability to find information on the website, and it needs to be updated and a useful tool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kirk Walder, and while I'm a member of the Planning Commission, the topic I want to address today, the action taken by the Debt Management Commission on August 23rd, is not within our jurisdiction, so I am presenting my individual views. As you know, a recent meeting of the Debt Management Commission was held to discuss and vote on the proposed issuance of bonds for the Judicial Center. I reviewed the audio tape of that meeting, the meeting packet, and the supplemental materials submitted by the public. It is disappointing that some members of the Debt Management Commission ignored their mandate to review the financing proposals for appropriateness based on the criteria contained in NRS 350.015. Instead, based on public comment from a few individuals, they spent most of their time discussing whether other alternatives should be explored. And they mistakenly assumed that the county had not considered other options. This despite hearing from CFO Terry Willoughby that she had brought this matter to the board on May 19th, 2022. At that meeting, the board heard a lengthy presentation on agenda item 8 entitled Presentation on Potential Financing Options for the Construction of the Judicial Law Enforcement Center. The presentation and discussion by the board covers 6 pages of their minutes. Ms. Willoughby said, "This is just a presentation to start talking about the process of how we're going to finance the JLEC." Chairman Gardner concluded the discussion by saying, "I thought it was very informative, and at least us and the public have something to look at going forward." Then, over a year later, on July 20th, 2023, the board unanimously approved the bond financing proposal. At that meeting, Commissioner Rice asked our CFO, "Is this proposal the least expensive way of accomplishing this goal?" Ms. Willoughby responded, "Yes." A year ago, the board directed me to do more research and come up with the best solution. This is the best solution for the county. Unfortunately, at the Debt Management Commission meeting, inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading information was presented. A purported expert, Cameron Cook of the Boyer Company from Ogden, Utah, offered 2 brief emails of less than 100 words. In those emails, he used the word guess 3 times. He said, "My best guess would be $30 per square foot. Then in regards to the total cost, he repeated, just a guess, as it depends on finishes, security, etc. That's a general guess for office space. So a last-minute disinformation effort caused 3 members of the Debt Management Commission to vote against the bond proposal. Where were those people for the last 16 months when they could have offered other alternatives?
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome our Chief of Staff, Ms. Melissa Elgus, with us today to introduce a new member of our staff.
Yeah, good morning. I just wanted to take the opportunity to introduce our new Economic Vitality Manager, Nikki Verdell. She's on her 2nd week now, and she keeps coming back, so we're super excited about that. And yeah, we just want to take the opportunity to let her tell you all a little bit about herself, and we're very excited that she's here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm super excited to be here, looking forward to meeting everybody and working in the community. And my door is always open, so please shout at me. I don't have business cards yet, but looking forward to individually meeting everybody and getting my information out there so that I can be of better service to this community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee for Douglas County. We're going to start with the muddle puddle of last week's Debt Commission. The board censored that meeting from the YouTube because they didn't want the general public to know about the contents of that debt. The bonds that they want to pass would cost Douglas County, according to the supplemental report by constituent citizens, $26 million in interest alone, for a project that Gardner is so proud of that claims only cost $33 million. By the time the Debt Commission concluded, they determined that that jail-like facility is going to cost us $100 million. They don't know what's in it. You would think it would be part of the strategic plan, right? Manager Davidson, the strategic plan, that's important, isn't it? You think something like that, the highest capital investment in the history of the county, would be part of that process, wouldn't it? I think it's interesting that Terry Willoughby wants to check out as CFO. She was just trying to get into the manager's position here 2 months ago. She wanted to be top dog. We placed her on notice and Patrick Cates on notice that they falsified the year-end budget reports in December. They put their name to ink, claiming that facility was only going to cost us $40 million. It's already cost us 62.5. And now she wants to resign. She wants out. Just like Patrick Cates checked out. Because once they find out about their liability, and they already know, then it's likely we'll be coming for their property too. And they'll be going to jail just like their king of commerce, Donald Trump, which this board of stumpers brought to the county for 2 years in a row, along with 25,000 Proud Boy patriots, Oath Keepers, and QAnon freaks. And they're going to bring them here again for a 3rd time under Commissioner Vegas's wing. You want to find out about our Empower wave on the 25th, please, at empower.com when we start issuing mass notices of liability. We've automated that. We've made it super simple, stupid for you. Not that you've got the integrity to actually do anything about this maladministration, so we'll do it for you. They have an obligation here about Constitutional Week. They've received all these federal American Rescue Plan Act funds. This law requires that they host a week-long commemoration of the Constitution. They figure that by putting a few facts on the table and just slapping it out there that they're doing their job, that they're fulfilling their obligation to that federal law. They're not. And we brought this to their attention last year. We have the problems we have today because we're not following.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Additional public comment?
Good morning. Julie Duda. Last month, the Debt Management Commission got tough when presented with $1 million expense, $100 million expense. One of the sticking points was that they were being presented with one option, no alternatives. It was not approved. The public needs a lot more information on this bond. Other fiscal concerns for county residents. I'm asking for your help with enormous increases to enterprise entities. Rate hikes are moving ahead, apparently unchecked. More scrutiny is needed. Consideration needs to be given for options other than the enormous rate hikes. Also, consultant fees are a concern. BOCC approves contracts for X number of dollars, and then consultants come back for huge percent increases, 60%, 70%, or more. Many areas of the county have urgent needs for help, and it's up to you to take more control of the money and get tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Nice try. Thank you. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board. Number one, Mr. Kaplan, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Up until you started posting things, I was not aware that they were operating 24 hours a day in construction of that building, and being up against a residential neighborhood, I agree with you that it should not be done on a 24-hour basis. So I've asked our county manager while you were speaking to look into this issue and see if we can correct that. Okay, so thank you once again for bringing that to our attention.
Want to see what's going on? NDOT has it on their website. You can look up Sawmill and see the videos that I've been posting.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I don't, yes, so anyways, once again, thank you for bringing that to our attention. In addition to that, I have a question for our DA. Ms. Giro indicated that the board is restricted from voicing opinions regarding the currently circulating petition regarding VHRs. Is that the case? Are we restricted? And are we also, do we lose our First Amendment rights when it comes to issues of this nature?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. When county commissioners are elected, they do lose some of their First Amendment rights. The most notable example is Nevada's open meeting law, which restricts the communications that members of the county commissioners can engage in. You're going to hate an answer from the attorney on this, but it depends on the facts. As I understand it, there's a citizen petition that's coming forward. Commissioners have the right to express opinions on matters of public interest. Obviously, this is of some public interest because there's a citizen petition that's out there right now. I do believe that commissioners can speak on these issues of public interest. Nevada's ethics laws require disclosure and possible abstention if they have an adverse interest or if they have a pecuniary interest in the item that's coming before the board. It's unclear from the facts that are presented today whether that would be implicated in these circumstances. I wish I could give you a more clear-cut answer, but it really depends on the facts as they come forward. I will state, though, that county commissioners do have a right to speak on matters of public interest.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to clarify that. So anyways, thank you very much for that explanation. As in our norms and procedures, we've indicated that commissioners themselves have a right to disagree with board actions and have a responsibility really to the constituents, to their constituents, to indicate when they have taken a position opposite of the majority of the board and have a responsibility to explain that to the members of the community. So I think that would fall into this case as well. Anyways.
Keep staring at me, first of all.
No, I'm looking down the dais. You just happen to be at the end.
No, but I mean, obviously, I've made my opinions public about how I feel about the initiative process. So I'm sure I've gone much further than Commissioner Harrells has.
Thank you. But no, no intention to point out one particular commission over another. We do have something to celebrate a little bit today, and I wanted to mention it before we go any further, and that is that our clerk treasurer, Ms. Bergens, has, and it was a week ago or so about, has graduated as a certified, and this is a long title, I had to have her write it down, graduated as a certified elections and registration administrator from the master's program at the University of Alabama. Is that Roll Tide? Yep. Election Center. So congratulations on that. I want to make sure that we point that out. And how many of these folks do we have in our entire state? Ms. Bergens, can you tell us about that?
So in the state, it's either 8 or 9 we currently have in the state. I'm the only sitting clerk that holds this title. I'm encouraging, we have a lot of new clerks. I've encouraged all of them to participate in this along with their staff. Of the 8 or 9 that we have here in the state, 2 of them work here. Nikki Leeper, my assistant clerk, is also certified through this program. She graduated last year. So Douglas County has 2 of the 8 or 9 that we have in the state. And all of my staff are participating in these classes as time allows for us to take these classes.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
So, okay, so we'll go on with the rest of the agenda today. Approval of the agenda for possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. Entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
Are we going to pull item E, and if not, can I request to pull it? On the consent calendar?
That when we get down to that item, the consent calendar, yes, we will pull that.
Okay, I'm jumping the gun.
Yeah. So, but did you want to offer a motion to approve the proposed agendas?
I make a motion to approve the proposed agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkini and seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Sensing no further discussions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. We'll go to the approval of the previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of August 3rd, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners. Entertain a motion to do so if there's no corrections.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the draft minutes of August 3rd, 2023 as presented. Sensing no further discussion or corrections, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go to the consent calendar. It has been requested to, I believe, move item E. Is Mr. Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Schloss, is that the right number? I didn't quite hear you. Item E? E. Okay. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar A through X minus item E that will be moved to the admin calendar.
So I'll make a motion to approve items A through X minus E, which will be moved to the action agenda.
Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar, items A through X minus E. So any further discussion by the commissioners? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Okay, we'll go to the administrative agenda. when we pull items of that nature, we generally bring them to the top of the administrative agenda. But Mr. Schloss, I hope you don't mind. We have two presentation-only items of ceremonial proclamations. So if you don't mind, we'll delay that until we have those. Okay. Okay. Very good. So I'm going to come down front and do those. When we have items that are pulled, we generally do take those at the top, except that there's a lot of times people that come for these proclamations basically only come for those presentations and then exit the building. So that's why I want to go ahead and take the opportunity to present these. So item 1 is for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2023P-073, designating September 17th as 2023 as Citizenship Day and September 17th through the 23rd, 2023 as Constitution Week in Douglas County. I'll read the proclamation. And we have, yeah. Okay. Okay, proclamation 2023P-073, September 17th, 2023 as Citizenship Day and September 17th through the 23rd, 2023 as Constitution Week. Whereas on September 17th, 1787, the delegates to the Constitutional Convention signed and ratified the United States Constitution and submitted it to the states for approval. And whereas throughout America's history, in times of turmoil and peace, liberty and oppression, our faith in the Constitution's promise of freedom and democracy has been a steadfast rock of national stability. And whereas our nation celebrates not only the longest-lived written Constitution in world history, but also the enduring commitment of our forebears who upheld the Constitution's core principles through the travails of American history. And whereas in order to address fears of the proposed centralization of federal power, our founders amended the Constitution by adding a Bill of Rights, which provided a series of clear limits on federal power and a litany of protective rights to citizens. Whereas our republic would surely falter but for the faith and confidence that we collectively place in our Constitution, and whereas each of us must recognize that we bear a solemn responsibility to promote the ideals of freedom and opportunity throughout our land. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that September 17, 2023 is designated as Citizenship Day, and September 17th through the 23rd, 2023 is designated as Constitution Week in Douglas County. Adopted this 7th day of September 2023, Board of County Commissioners, signed by myself and witnessed by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens. And I believe we have Greta DeHart? Oh, okay. Okay. And you're Diane Scott. Yes, and please join us up here for this presentation. And they will be taking pictures. Oh my gosh, that's a real camera. I haven't seen one of those in a while. So anyways, Ms. Scott, if you want to say a few words.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the many, many years that the Douglas County Commissioners have presented us with the U.S. proclamation. We are very appreciative of it. And I belong to the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution, the John C. Fremont chapter here in the Valley. And we have tried to do a lot of things to promote the Constitution to our schools. I do wish that we could get more into our schools, and I will try to call the schools again, and we'll see if we can start getting more things and help to promote the Constitution. So anyway, thank you so much, very much. And yeah, and also I want to say one more thing. I want to thank Mr. Gardner for coming to our Bells Across America on September the 17th at the Carson Valley Museum and Cultural Center, and he will be reading the proclamation again. And we thank you very much, and everybody. And please, everybody come, please. Very important. even if those that maybe not think so, it is very important.
And I'll see you again on the 17th. So, okay, and the second one, item number 2 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2023P-077, designated September 23rd as National Hunger Action Month. And we have our ladies from our food closet here to present that too. So I'll read this proclamation. It's a little bit longer. So anyways, Proclamation 2023P-077, September 23 as National Hunger Action Month in Douglas County. Whereas Hunger Action Month, observed annually in September, serves as a nationwide call to action to raise awareness about hunger, advocate for lasting solutions, and support local organizations dedicated to eradicating food insecurity. And whereas the Carson Valley Community Food Closet, established in 1989, has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to addressing food insecurity in Douglas County by providing essential food assistance and support to those in need. And whereas the partnership between Carson Valley Community Food Closet and Douglas County Social Services epitomizes a united vision striving to achieve both food security and community strengthening through comprehensive support, education, and personalized case management, guided by the shared belief that no individual should endure hunger or malnutrition within our prosperous society. Whereas our community recognizes the significant impact of Carson Valley Community Food Closet's efforts in distributing food resources, serving over 1,000 residents each month, fostering partnerships, and empowering individuals and families to achieve food security and self-sufficiency. And whereas we commend the volunteers, staff, donors, and partners of the Carson Valley Community Food Closet for their dedication, compassion, and tireless work in making a positive difference in the lives of those facing food insecurity in Douglas County. And whereas the unsettling reality persists that millions of individuals and families nationwide with a food insecurity rate of 10.4% across the United States and 8.7% within our own community of Douglas County, Nevada, continue to grapple with the pressing issues of hunger and food insecurity. And whereas it is essential that we come together as a community to bolster the efforts of the Carson Valley Community Food Closet and support their cause to ensure that no one in Douglas County goes to bed hungry. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, the month of September 2023 is Hunger Action Month in Douglas County, Nevada. I urge all residents to join in recognizing the critical issues of food insecurity and the vital role played by the Carson Valley Community Food Closet in addressing it. I encourage all residents to participate in food closet events and fundraisers, volunteer their time and resources, and contribute to the Carson Valley Community Food Closet in any way they can. Together, we can make a difference, make a significant impact, and ensure that every individual and family in our community has access to nutritious food and the support they need to thrive. Adopted the 7th day of September 2023 Board of County Commissioners, signed by myself and attested by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens. And I got to say that I did participate, not last year, but the year before, in the distribution for Thanksgiving, and it was a very impressive operation. So I participated as a member of the Douglas County Sheriff's Mounted Posse, and and was enjoyed that experience. So it was good to see that we can have that kind of outreach to our less fortunate residents. So with that, introduce Sarah Sanchez, the director, and Cynthia Rodriguez, fiscal and administrative coordinator. And I'm not sure I know this lady. Michelle Latham. Okay, very good. Thank you. And if you have to break the equipment here. So anyways, if you want to say a few words, but thank you.
I know that was lengthy. I'm Sarah Sanchez, the director of the Food Closet, so I'll keep it quick. I just want to thank the county for their support over the years. Our partnership with Douglas County Social Services is invaluable. That connection for wraparound services for our clients that face food insecurity is of tremendous value. We're also a recipient of the Douglas County Community Grant as well, and that makes a big impact for us. And if anything you heard out of our proclamation, please consider taking action this month, whether that means volunteering some time, making a monetary donation or a food donation. We're serving twice as many people this month that we served last year, the same time last year, and we expect those numbers to increase as winter starts to hit. So again, if you feel compelled to take some action, we're your organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the participants here to please. Thank you. Okay, I need to go back to item 3. Item E. Okay. Okay, so we'll resume the administrative agenda at this time, and we'll go to item E that was pulled off the consent calendar for possible action. When we have our Community Development Director, Tom Dallaire, here to present. For possible action, discussion to approve a $166,380 professional services contract with Wood Rogers Incorporated, in parentheses, Wood Rogers, to complete the transfer of development rights TDR study for Douglas County, authorize the county manager to sign the contract, and approve the use of the county's allocation of local assistance and tribal consistency fund, that's LATCF funding, to increase the budget for the study from $100,000 to $166,380. Mr. Dallaire.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Dallaire, Community Development Director. For the record, this is a contract that would be used to hire out a consultant for the TDR program to look at our transfer development rights program, do an evaluation on it. The scope of work wasn't generated when I created the budget over a year ago. The March of 2023 is when we created the budget. We figured $100,000 would cover it. We took it to the Planning Commission a couple of times to ask about what kind of scope and what we're going to look at TDRs, and the scope got pretty extensive. If you look on page 139 of your packet, you will see the list of the costs associated with each task that has been produced in the budget. So I'm available to answer any questions you have, but we didn't see anything in there that we wanted to remove. But if there's something that you have or have identified that you would like to remove, I'd be happy to let the consultant know. The funding for the additional $66,000 is coming from this tribal Consistency Fund, LATCF. This is something that Terry Willoughby had identified for funding available that would be able to pay for this increase in our in this contract. So it is a grant-funded, federally grant-funded addition of that $66,000 from what we previously had budgeted in last year's budget. So I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Hales, anything that any questions you might have?
Just briefly, I made a commitment when I was running for office to keep Douglas rural. And as commissioners, we don't have a lot of tools to actually make that happen. But TDRs is one of them. And so I support this. I appreciate the explanation of how this went from 100 to 166,000. This is not Wood Rogers asking for more than they originally contracted. That's not the situation. It's that they were, the scope of work caused that amount to be what it is. And but because I want to do our best with TDRs to keep Douglas rural, then I think it's worth the money.
And this is Tom, too. I have also a comment or follow-up on that. Thank you, Commissioner Hales. Also, if you look on page 109, this is a not-to-exceed contract. So they may not spend the entire funds. It's not like this is a contract amount for this, to do all of this work. They're going to track their time and bill it. And if the project gets done under budget, then so be it. But I did want to just make sure you understood that.
Thank you. Commissioner? Go ahead.
Yes. And looking at Exhibit C, I'm trying to figure out what it means. Under the first column, Wood Rogers, principal in charge, et cetera. And for project management, they have 4. Is that to be 250 multiplied by 4?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
It's each individual staff that would be put on the team that they've identified in their RFQ, in their statement of qualifications.
Commissioner Rice, anything to add?
Yes, sir. One of the things that I get the most feedback on is keep Douglas County rural. And TDRs is our main tool for keeping it rural. And I believe that the program should be expanded as much as possible. And I believe that this study is very necessary. Thank you.
So I would say that we've identified that the transfer development right program has been kind of stagnant for a number of years. And it is an important tool for us to be able to have available to us in our planning process for future development in the community. So I'm very much in favor of allocating the money to do this study, because I think it's very important for us to understand how we can possibly kickstart that program again. But hopefully they'll come up with some good ideas for us to do that with. That may actually lead into, and I know that we're looking at, this program exists within Title 20, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Dallaire. And
yes,
so as we go forward in updating our Title 20 program or ordinance, group of ordinances, we need to see what we can do in that regard. So I think this fits hand in glove with that process. So anyways, if there's no further comments, or Commissioner Tarkanian.
I was going to comment at the end after my vote, but I might as well put on the record now because I'm going to vote against this. As mentioned in previous meetings, I think the county commissioners spend way too much money hiring third-party groups to do studies that could be done within the in-house. Just because you're in favor of TDRs doesn't mean that you have to hire an outside party to tell you how to improve upon the structure. I think Mr. Dallaire is one of the great employees that Douglas County has, and I'm sure he and his staff could come up with some ideas and save us $166,000. We just turned down $10,000 that would have solved a problem for some homeowners who's had their property flooded last week, and here we are going to spend another $166,000 here after we just spent $100,000 on the one of the items in the last meeting, and $100,000 on an item that's on the agenda this meeting. These are all outside committees. So for that reason, I'm not against the TDRs, obviously in favor of it, as it's done a lot of great good for the community, but I don't think we need to spend the money that way.
Thank you. So this is a possible action item, so we will, if there's no further comments or questions or observations by the commissioners, we'll go to the public for public comment.
Thank you, Ellie Waller. I support that this be done outside because I believe staff, and I say it at many venues and many meetings, are overworked, overwhelmed. We have lots of plans, like the master plan coming forward after the strategic plan. I don't know if there were any other consultants that would have been any better. I am looking forward to be a public participant in identifying future TDR locations and locations that shouldn't be appropriate for this program. I will be very specific right now. Clear Creek Old Schneider Ranch should not have a TDR overlay. I will be on record for that. I will provide documentation. They had a pre-application for a subdivision of 61 homes. That'll be another issue. Back to what's at hand. The TDR program does need to be revised. We don't need another debacle like Park. I'm sorry, I do not agree that an owner of TDRs should be able to produce 2,500 homes on another one of their properties. It's just one of those luxuries, and I'm happy for that development, but I think we really need to look closely at how this program is administered. Thank you.
James McCallop for the record. Previous board several years ago, there was a tremendous amount of growth that was approved. And we're always promised that the TDR program was going to save us. And we see it hardly used now. So I'm very much in favor of fixing this and making it work for more people. Thank you.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee, Counsel for Douglas County. I want to echo what Commissioner Tarkanian said about these so-called consent calendar items. This board in the last 6 weeks has passed 92 items. They claim that they have consent of the general public to govern us in this way. And each one of these items that misleads you to think that there's going to be a discussion says for possible action, discussion. There is no discussion. There is no public input. There is no norms and procedures that we're supposed to be filtering these items through. 22 committees they claim we have. It's a front. It's a ghost corporation that doesn't exist. These items belong in the norms and procedures so the people can help filter the information to help the board decide policies in the direction of the county. That's not happening here. It's called fraud, white-collar fraud. And like Commissioner Tarkanian said, the first time that the taxpayers and the homeowners come to the table for a measly 10 or 20 grand at most to redirect the floods that are destroying their properties, the board shoots them down. But anything law enforcement wants or the county wants or any other facet of government, they get everything they want. Millions of dollars without discussion. Handheld radios that cost $10,000 a piece. cameras in all your parks, on all your stoplights, black helicopters, total police state. That's what they want, and that's what they're getting. 92 items on this so-called consent calendar without discussion, and they're going to grill you over the first incident you have. Now, there's this thing called the American Rescue Plan Act where those monies are supposed to come from. They've maladministrated $8 million of the American Rescue Plan Act. There ain't no plan. We've got a strategic process that's happening. It was the most progressive element of this muddle puddle. But without your input, it's going nowhere. You got to show up for these meetings, people. We got to get awake here. You think you got all this luxury of time, okay? It's not true. When the President of the United States comes to Tahoe on his way to witness the domestic terrorism in Maui, he's telling you something. Them fires are part of a domestic terrorist internal.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Good morning. Maureen Casey speaking as Chair of the Planning Commission. Over the last year, Tom Dallaire, Jacques Echegoyen, Mark Nedenrip, Kate Marolos O'Neill, and I met to discuss the scope of this contract with Wood Rogers to revamp the TDR program. And it was not easy coming up with something that would be so comprehensive. It is very exciting to be able to have something that will help with preserving the rural spaces in Douglas County. We recognize that this will not do everything, that this is one small piece of the puzzle to preserve open space and to, in many ways, preserve ag land. It is one way to help our ranchers sell off their development rights and allow them to keep ranching in Douglas County. There are some areas that are dominating the TDR program right now, and one of the ways that we can help prevent that is to limit the transfer from some areas, say in the Pine Nuts, and redirect the transfer to the floodplain. And also to require the transfer of a TDR with every new rooftop that's constructed in Douglas County. Those are things that require someone outside of the planning department to explore whether or not we can legally do that. Could we do it in-house? Perhaps, but we simply do not have the capacity inside our planning department to do that. It would take too much staff time. We don't have that right now, which is why we chose to go outside with a consultant. I am thankful to the board in advance of your vote for your willingness to fund this program and the consultant with the additional fees. Thank you very much for your willingness to do this.
Thank you. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, I know our county manager, Ms. Davidson, had wished to share something with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I just wanted to echo some of the comments shared by members of the public regarding capacity issues for this team, in particular in community development. We have specifically addressed scaling staff to meet the needs for future planning purposes and plan review for our community development team. This team, more than any other, is impacted by factors related to the economy. And we have in the past had to lay staff members on and then add staff members, lay staff members off, add staff members, and adjust course. We've also struggled with hiring some team members in our planning team. Unfortunately, government does some things really well and some other things not as well as it can be done. I think our TDR program is a success story for this county in many ways. Back in 1996, when the master plan was written, the one that you guys have seen and was revised recently, that plan received many national awards and was held up as the example for innovation in the nation. This TDR program is really special, and it's very important that we get this right. And that program back in 96 was as successful as it could be because we involved as many voices in that conversation as we could. There was an extensive public engagement process and also multiple consultants that weighed in at that time. If you were to ever consider a case for a consultant, I think the TDR program is the case. And I can tell you, Commissioner Tarkanian, we hear your concerns regarding the use of consultants and responsible use of taxpayer funding. I promise you that we're scrutinizing each and every consultant request that we're bringing forward. This one is important. We have to get this program right, and I think Wood Rogers can bring a lot to the table.
Just wanted to add that every consultant agreement that has come before us, you've said is vitally important, or the committees have said is vitally important. And we've had a half dozen of them so in the past year. So every one of them is vitally important. And every one of them we're spending, and we are short of money in so many areas. And we have restrictions on how we can raise the money. And we have a community that doesn't want to have additional growth. Somehow, we have to prioritize what's most important. I certainly believe having safe streets and having homes that aren't being flooded is very, very important, should be at the top of the county commission's agenda.
Mr. Dealer, so we've ended public comment. I just want to, so we'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Dealer, you had something additionally you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, just on the comments between, I appreciate Jen's comments and Ms. Casey's comments as well. But there were some comments from the public. I just want to make sure that it's clear to everybody here in the room that this is the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. I didn't know about this fund. That's the fund that's actually providing the money for the additional $66,000. The $100,000 was budgeted in our last year's budget in 2022 and 2023. You could read that under the fiscal impact on page 107 in the item. But it was part of the supplemental program that we had to submit all these projects to you guys, to the board at the time. And this was what you guys selected to pursue at $100,000. I get it, but we are using the funds for this. We are using the funds for from the grant to subsidize this contract, and the contract expanded. The scope of work expanded before it went out to the RFQ. We did send that out via the newspaper. We had 2 responses from Northern Nevada, Wood Rogers and Manhard. Both of them were very qualified in doing this, and we selected Wood Rogers to do the work. And they have a couple of individuals that have transfer development rights experience back east. And it is a very big program back east, and we felt like this would be a benefit to Douglas County in order to award it to them. So that's why this is before you today.
Okay. Thank you. Before we have a motion, is there any additional comments, questions, observations by the commissioners? Commissioner Hales, any additional comments you wish to make?
No, thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, anything else? Commissioner Nosad? Commissioner Rice? Okay. Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the contract with Wood Rogers to examine our transfer.
Okay. Second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve a $166,000, $380 professional services contract with Wood Rogers Incorporated to complete the transfer development rights study for Douglas County as presented. All those in favor, any further comments, questions? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, those against?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. We will now go to item number 3. Item number 3, for presentation only, presentation by Douglas County Public Information, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and Perimeter, an evacuation software provider, is being brought forward and presented by Under Sheriff Algus, our Chief of Staff Melissa Algus, and Noah Wu from Perimeter. Is that right? Perimeter? Okay, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Algus.
Under Sheriff Ron Elgus for the record. Thank you all very much for letting us do this presentation today as we're trying to get some technical stuff going real fast. Are we good to go, you think? This is really exciting for us to be able to bring this to you. Your Chief of Staff had been working on an idea of how to relate to the community faster and get more information out to the community in an effort to facilitate evacuations. You know, the sheriff, obviously, he does a great job of getting boots on the ground, doing our job. The fire department's there doing their job in any kind of maze or hazardous situation. She was looking at it from the communication side, where we were able to maybe notify the community in a much quicker time to help, save lives and everything we could do. As she started working on this, Perimeter came about, and they have a way of doing this that kind of made the idea that Chief of Staff has already had even better. So we kind of combined efforts, and I'll let everybody here talk about their parts, because it's really about them and what they've done, because it's about notifying the public in a very efficient way. So as we go through this, we'll be happy to answer any questions, but it's really exciting to have this opportunity to show you what we're going to be doing. I think it's great. So with that, Chief of Staff.
And I appreciate you bringing this forward also. I think it's very important to allow our public the opportunity to see this presentation. Critical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for the opportunity. I would agree. So a little background on how this came to be. Back in 2021, the Community Relations and Public Information team surveyed the public following the Caldor and the Tamarack fires, because we were noticing that there was some frustration between residents and the communications, particularly when we had an incident that involved that bi-state communication. As you can see here, the survey concluded the following. There was confusion with bi-state evacuation and terminology. There was confusion across the region and geographic locations traveling across the region, and there was inconsistent messaging between jurisdictions across communication channels, and that would be social media and normal media channels. So we took the results from that survey and we formed an evacuation working group, and that was an internal group that we reviewed those surveys results, and we said, how can we make this better? So that group consisted of the Sheriff's Office, Dispatch, Public Information, GIS, Search and Rescue, East Fork, and Tahoe Douglas Fire. And the goals that we established for this group were to streamline internal communications from the boots on the ground, so out in the field to the Public Information team, and then in turn we could push that information right out to the public. Define evacuation terminology and use terms consistently across jurisdictions and communication channels. And we wanted to explore the use of zones in Douglas County. We saw that we did a lot of research on how that had been done in other places, and it had been successful. So simultaneously, our other partners within the region were kind of had similar ideas, because they had experienced similar issues as we were evacuating or we were managing evacuees throughout the state. And through the Nevada Department of Emergency Management, Washoe County submitted a grant through Homeland Security funding to obtain software to conduct a pilot program aimed at enhancing situational awareness, increasing citizen participation, and strengthening operational communications. So Washoe, Carson, and Douglas counties were selected to be part of this pilot project for the state of Nevada, and Perimeter, who is going to give us a demo here and a little more information, was selected as that chosen vendor.
I think it's important to know the type of hazards that this would be used for. These are the hazards that are identified in our hazard mitigation plan, and those are floods, fire, earthquakes, severe weather, active shooter, bomb, hazmat, and chemical. And Under Sheriff Eldridge is going to go over the evacuation terminology with you.
Under Sheriff Ron Ilgus for the record. So the law states in Nevada, as you know, there's no mandatory evacuation. There's only a heavy suggestion. California, and one of the problems we saw was that California has a mandatory evacuation order by their state. And when we had the fires that were across the state lines, we're starting to have some confusion, as Chief of Staff was talking about. So part of the terminology, part of the terminology mirrors what California uses. So, and as we do this, we're going to give you a demonstration on actually how the computer system works and how the web page would look to a citizen. And so with terminology, if you were at your residence and we were having to, as at a fire, we'll call it, close to your residence, you would see a yellow color, meaning, hey, we have a pre-evacuation warning, meaning fire may be coming your direction, you maybe should get some things together, maybe you ought to get your cats and dogs in order, whatever your animals, maybe you need oxygen, whatever you need to do to precaution and prepare yourself to get ready to maybe have to evacuate your home. The next color you would see would be red. And red is a voluntary, but we're highly suggesting you leave your residence. And the sheriff, and we've done this in the past, we're telling people you need to leave. Some people choose not to. We won't force them. We will also encourage them to understand that maybe we can't make it back because it's progressed too far. We're not going to risk lives. We're trying to say, hey, this is your point. You need to go. But it would show on the mapping that you're going to see through the app, the color red for your residence. It would be highly encouraged you to please leave for your own safety. The color purple you see there, that's a shelter in place. That would maybe show up on the map. Again, this thing can be used for a lot of different things, but it would be like, hey, we need to stay where you're at because you can't. Maybe the fire is going in a certain direction or whatever, the flooding's in an area. It's better if you stay there, so you would show a purple color. And then green, when everything is good to go, the green would come onto the mapping, as you will see, as we're going to show. It would be like, okay, you can go back to your home. Now, all of this, of course, is also being done by the Sheriff's Department through search and rescue and our personnel talking to people directly. So this is not just, hey, we're just doing this mapping system. This is the meats of it for us is also always going to be talking and getting direct contact with people because that's the best information we know when we talk to them. And how basically an incident does work, let's say we'll use a fire. So a fire comes up, we have the fire department on scene, sheriff's office is on scene, and then we start the fire. You'll dictate to us, hey, it's moving this direction because that's their expertise. We need to evacuate this area. So then we start talking about getting our search and rescue out, getting boots on the ground to these areas, doing maybe precautionary, even maybe evacuation orders, and then we start the alert. We start working through the alerts through WIA and through dispatch, get the reverse 911s, get the perimeter system set up so the website is there, and then we start doing our evacuation, start pushing out the information. As the information goes and changes, as you'll find with Bailey and from Perimeter comes in and starts talking, this stuff is real time on the app. So we have real-time boots on the ground, we have real-time people on the app that can see both. So we're really trying to capture everything to make sure everybody has an opportunity to get out. And then you want to go over this part. And then, so thank you, Chief of Staff.
So what's included in that alert when it comes out? We thought it was important to go over that just a little bit. So in the alert when it comes out, it'll be the type of threat, the area being evacuated, and then the map, like Under Sheriff Eldridge just spoke to you about, you'll see it in a minute, red, yellow, or green. You'll have a link to the map, which we did not have before. There'll be a live link that the individual can click on. It'll tell you where to go, the evacuation point or the shelter location, and it'll lead you to where and how to find more information as the incident continues to evolve. And with that, we're going to turn this over to Perimeter. We have two individuals here who are our tech gurus, and they're going to go over this a little bit more with you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Bailey Farron. I'm not Noah Wu, but he is close by. He'll be helping with the tech demo. I'm just going to give you a little bit of an overview of how Perimeter actually works, both on the public safety side and on the resident side, and we'll be able to do a demo after we go through a couple slides. How we looking? Okay, so to give you a little bit of background on the platform before we pull up those slides, this is something that we originally started developing for our community in Northern California because we have had many evacuations, and many of them have not been particularly successful from a communication and information sharing perspective, especially when it comes to getting information from the first responders about the evacuation zones into the hands of those residents. Can I move through the slides? Aha. Aha. Okay. No, that's perfect. Thank you. So the way that the platform works is, as you heard, it's a real-time communication platform between fire, law, emergency management, and other agencies who participate in disaster response. So the goal of the platform is to allow folks on the public safety side to add information that they can share during the incident, whether it's map-based and needs to be shared between those agencies or needs to get into the hands of the public. So on the first responder side, they will actually download an app that allows them to add points, routes, polygons. Basically, they can annotate this map in real time between each other, and then anyone with the access can then push that information to the public map. You want to go to the next slide? Thank you very much. So much of the information that people will add to the Perimeter platform is added in real time, but your county is very ahead of the game and has already created really effective GIS layers, evacuation zones that can be simply toggled on or off according to the different statuses that the undersheriff already spoke to. So a lot of that work has already been created and pre-planned by your county, but if they needed to add something on the fly, if they had to add a new zone or a shelter or road closure, et cetera, it'll take them just a couple seconds to do that, and then they can publish it to that public map in just a matter of seconds. Some of the incident that the first responders will have access to is also historic or pre-planned information. And so if there's something, whether it's a fire burn scar or inundation zones that might help them when they're out in the field make decisions, they'll also have access to that through the platform. One more. And then most importantly, the actual map itself on the resident side does not require any kind of download or opt-in. This is something that they can see the link, they can click that link, and it will take them directly to the map. So residents won't be downloading anything. All they will have to do is once they see that link in their alert and warning system, or they see it come out through social media, they'll click that link. It'll take them to their location if they opt in for that, and they'll be able to see what's happening all around them. And it's the same link all the time. So it's not that there's a different link for each incident. It's as long as you know that you can go to perimetermap.com. Once you learn that, it's really easy for them to continue going back to that map to see any kind of live information.
Can I stop you for just a moment here? I had a question here.
Yes.
Does the public map, the perimeter public map, I see the different links there. Obviously, our residents, when in the state of emergency, certainly fire, which is prevalent here in Douglas County, they're not sitting there waiting and on their laptops. Or necessarily their iPads or whatever else. However, almost everybody in our county, I believe, has a cell phone. Now, do they have to subscribe to the reverse 911 process in order, and that's where they will get this information so that it will be available on their cell phones? Please. Go ahead. That's a question.
Yeah, in order for them to receive an alert from an alert and warning system, they will have to have opted into it. However, if they haven't opted into that alert and warning system and they go to social media, they go to the sheriff's Twitter page, or they go to other social media accounts looking for information, that's another place that they can go to access that real-time map, even if they didn't receive the alert. But in order to receive the alert, yes, they would have to opt in.
Yeah, and that's important information to get out to our residents, is how to opt into that reverse 911 process. That is a critical element of this whole program, because that, like I said, almost everybody has a cell phone these days, even children down to the age of, preteens have cell phones. So that's a critical element. So we need to really promote the idea, in my opinion, the idea of people opting into that reverse 911 program so they'd have access to this. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Gardner. At the very end of our presentation, we'll go over our public education piece of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point, are we ready to move to the live demo of the platform? Yeah, I think so. So we're going to show you how the platform actually works from the perspective of both public safety and what you'd see as a resident who's actively looking at that map. Pass it to you. Thank you.
Again, Under Sheriff Ron Elgus for the record. So Carrie Easton's going to, we're going to kind of play like how you would see it. And then, like the Chief of Staff said, we're going to tell you also about the public information piece, how we plan on distributing this, how we plan on making sure everybody has the opportunity where we know how to use this or to see it. And it's very, very easy. So we're gonna start with the fire. We call it a Jacks Valley in Bavarian. It's happened there before, so it's kind of easy for me to talk about that way because obviously you can probably tell I'm not the smartest one in this group. So we need to make sure we keep it that way. So we'll start with, they're going to squirrel into to that area. So what we would do is I would contact emergency management. You can see a little fire icon. It's kind of hard because I start talking real fast. They're trying to catch up. Because I already got people on the ground moving. You know, they're like, okay, we're slow. But it works really fast. So see, we're circling. There's a little fire icon right there. So there's a fire starting there. So FD's out. They're doing their thing in that area, starting to evaluate. In this particular fire, which is I'm using it, we had winds going westerly, headed towards Jacksonville Elementary, which was already out of school, so there was no threat to the kids, but it was traveling pretty quick. So we started talking about road closures and precautionary areas. So emergency management will then, or whoever's doing this, or somebody, could even be myself, if the sheriff lets me, which he probably won't, because I'm not that handy. We start putting in, so the first thing you see there is it's showing a fire directional, and you start seeing some of the housing and how it's going to look. And as she starts to put things in, as I start, or say whoever's on the scene or on the fire side or the law side says, hey, which way is it going? They say it's going this way. And then public notices come out, west winds, and you would see this. This is everything you would see. This has nothing to do with what we're doing. This is everything the public would see coming out. And as we look at that directional and the speed, and the fire department starts talking about the speed of the fire, you can see she's already starting to put a volunteer, or the red to the left. She's now locked off. She's showing road closures. So when it's clicked on, people will say, okay, these roads are closed now. And you can see with the direction, they're saying, okay, this area now needs to be evacuated. So we would focus in on boots on the grounds into this part of Indian Hills. This is the that area. And then the precautionary yellow, if you were living in there, you would see my area is now precautionary. And if you stop for a second, you can see on the left side, they have the notes in there for people to read. So not only are you seeing like if I lived on Vista Grande right there and it's in yellow, I'd be like, oh man, the fire's moving my way. I could also read and they would tell me what's going on with the fire as a citizen. Again, this is from the citizen standpoint. This is not from law or fire or emergency management. This is from what you would see if you were living in these areas. Now we'd probably turn the John, I can't see what the other part, I think it's James Lee Park where the center, the green is. I'd probably change that to yellow because I'd be like, hey, that's also in the path. So again, and then search and rescue has also been very into this, helping us with this program. So they also would be simultaneously controlling and working on our side to make sure we're collecting each house. Each house is being notified and we check them off through our Spillman computer system. So we're really trying to have enough information going out and enough information coming in that everybody's well aware of what's happening. Got any more? Got any more?
You can also put the evacuation center on your screen.
So yeah, so Ms. Easton is also saying we would do is we could, because maybe we have to do an evacuation, maybe the red is evacuation. We're saying, hey, get out, you guys need to get out now of the fire. She's also labeled it where the evacuation center is, which somebody could just scroll in, I believe, no one Bailey, just scroll into the search bar, evacuation center, and then it would show, there it is as a community center. So it really helps people, like you were asking about, on their phone. I got my phone all the time, so if I can do this on my phone, I can do it anywhere. And we've talked about it, at the Lake VHRs. Each VHR's got to have a QR reader, and this website there, because they don't live here. They have no idea what we're talking about. So if they start hearing fire in Lake Tahoe, they can hit the QR reader on their phone, and they can start to hit the website, and they can start looking at where they are immediately, because it'll GPS them, correct? GPS them into the location that they are at and show you exactly what area you're in or what zone you're in. So it's actually really user-friendly. It's harder for us to talk and do this because we don't want to take up too much of your time, of course, but to show you how it works and how much efficiency there is. And again, I think with the boots on the ground type idea and making sure we're really crossing all these things you can see. And you can, I think it also goes to live feed or a satellite feed, right? Also, so you don't have to have this. You can look at it from the satellite feed, so it looks like real terrain and real homes and stuff like that. So, anything else you want to talk or anything? Or?
No,
So
just
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
yeah. The last piece of this is the next steps and that public information and education piece. We will be launching a press release shortly here with the launch and the live link so that residents could kind of play with it, search their address, see where they are so they'll know and be familiar with it. We plan to do a public service announcement or PSA with Sheriff Coverly. And we are also meeting with neighborhood watch groups and HOA groups under Sheriff Elgis and I recently met with Genoa, and we did their neighborhood watch group in HOA. And really in those small groups, it gives us an opportunity to have a dialogue with residents, and they can ask those questions that they may not want to ask in a bigger setting. And every neighborhood is a little bit different. So a neighborhood in TRE may not be the same as a neighborhood in Tahoe, and their worries, fears, and concerns are going to be a little bit different. So it gives us an opportunity to have those intimate conversations. And we will continue to monitor and course correct as we launch this. Every software usually has a couple of kinks or things that we were not anticipating, but the working group is still active, and we definitely feel this is going to be an improvement into our emergency communication system and evacuations. With that, anything else? Open up for questions.
Sheriff Ron Elgis record again. And just to, I know we're trying just to explain, because it seems like a lot, but I understand the public's view and what they will hear when we do these presentations. It's going to be very short. It's going to be basically pull up your phone, look where you're at, and make sure that you see what's going on and be able to read the things. It'll be very simple and very easy. And we're trying to give you all the things that go on this whole process, because it's been a long process and a lot of hard work went into it by all the perimeter and your county manager staff and all the people in the fire departments. GIS was excellent in helping us create zones, so we can try to zone off and say, look, TRE, this area TRE is going to be, is under evacuations. So if you have any questions for us or for perimeter, we'll open it up. Thank you, sir, for your time, ma'am.
Great presentation, and we appreciate your involvement with this. I think this is going to be very beneficial to our residents certainly personally involved with the Tamarack fire. This would have been a nice tool to have available during that fire. I know there was some communications issues. I was getting phone calls during the Calder fire because we were asking for those residents in the Round Hill area to evacuate, and they weren't really sure of where they were supposed to go or to what limits that evacuation was called for. Is it everything south? Was it everything south of Round Hill, Elks Point Road, or was it including the Safeway Shopping Center and those areas? So if this tool had been available, I think that would have been answered a lot of questions without having to field so many calls from residents, right? Because certainly everyone here is overwhelmed in these types of incidences and really cannot be responding to the individual phone calls. Doesn't have the time really as we're trying to address this and be able to get out the mass communications to the group so that they know exactly what's going on, where they what the threat levels are and where they're supposed to go to. So that's very important. It looked like our sheriff had something to add also. Mr. Coverly.
So I think the whole goal here, and I really have to thank Melissa. This is kind of her brainchild. This all stems from the Paradise Fire in Butte County. And that fire went so fast, so quickly, that a lot of the residents were literally trapped and were unable to get out. That's the worst case scenario. And thankfully that doesn't happen a lot, but it still can happen. And so that's the biggest fear. And so we're constantly looking for a way to communicate better with the public, to give them the information they need to make good decisions. So I want to stress a couple things, okay? Do not wait for me to tell you what to do, all right? Think for yourself, have a plan. If you look up the hill and the fire's coming towards your house, then leave, okay? Or get your hose out, or whatever is your plan that you're going to do. The other thing is we will always make physical contact with each resident in the affected area, no matter what. Someone will knock on your door, a deputy or a search and rescue member, and to help you and to make sure that you are notified. The benefit of this, I think, is a longer duration incident where there's updates coming continuously. We know something's coming, but we're not sure where it's at and stuff. And this, you can look and get up to the minute information and to see where you're at. So you can make those plan decisions and to help you to kind of get organized and stuff. So I think this is a good thing. It's a work in progress, but I do realize that there's people in our community, like my mother. This is a bridge too far. She is not going to be able to look this up on her phone, and so somebody's going to have to go to her home and talk to her, and she's not alone. So we understand that there's that demographic in the county, and we're not going to leave them high and dry. This is just adds to our ability to communicate. The other huge benefit, and they didn't mention it, is a lot of the jurisdictions around us are using this. So, for example, Carson City or Washoe County, they have an incident that is spilling over into Douglas County. We're able to access their maps and see what they're doing, and then it's a little more seamless flow. El Dorado County in California is doing this. So we're going to have better communication and a consistent message regardless of county and state that help people understand what's going on, which is really important.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I think we probably should reach out to Alpine County as well, right? I mean, they're right up against us, and so I think that would be important, and perhaps even Lyon County to the east. But yeah, I think those are important jurisdictions.
If every county in Nevada was on this, it would be perfect. But there's it's we're all individual kind of thing. But Alpine County, I think, is definitely in the loop, but you're exactly right.
Okay, commissioners, Commissioner Hales, did you have any questions or observations you wish to express?
Just grateful for the good work.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian? I see you
Same
shaking
thing.
your head, yes, so, yeah. Commissioner Nosad?
Yeah, I'm all for safety first.
Okay. Commissioner Rice?
For those who are not tech savvy, and from the demographics of this county, I'd say there's a whole bunch of us. We didn't grow up with cell phones or laptops or PDFs or whatever. How would one sign up for reverse 911?
Yes, that's a very good question. There is a place to sign up on our where you can sign up there. We also have postcards that we distribute. We do a reverse 911 sign up campaign on social media, although if you're not on social media, that might be hard to do. And during the incident, as Sheriff Coverly spoke to, they do go door to door, and we do provide a QR code that will lead you to the link to sign up for the reverse 911. I'm not aware of a way to do that if you don't actually have a phone, but I believe to sign up for reverse 911, you have to have a cell phone. We no longer do them to landlines.
I still don't know how to do it. I have a cell phone right here.
She has a QR code.
Where would I find the QR code?
Under Sheriff Ron Olgus for record. When we did the little thing in Genoa, we discovered this because there was a little older demographic. So they took pictures of the QR reader and tried to touch the picture. Well, that's not actually how a QR reader works. You run your phone over the top of the QR reader, then it reads it and then pulls the website. So part of the education piece that the chief of staff is talking about how to educate people on how to use their cell phone for this purpose. Because we are aware some people don't have cell phones or old, maybe even it's like old flip phone. we're going to have to talk to people about through those processes, because you're absolutely right. Not everybody's going to know, but we want to make sure we educate everybody the proper way.
And just for the record, the newest ones are flip phones, so we're going backwards and forwards at the same time. Oh, that's a bad sign.
Okay, so I guess Ms. August is going to give us a demonstration here on how to get it.
Sure, I don't want to take too much more of your time, but if you
No,
search
this
on
is
our
terrific.
website, you can search Reverse 911, and this is the portal right here that will lead you through how to sign up your cell phone on our website.
Thank you.
Yep. No, this is important information for our public, and so take whatever time you need to do this.
Mr.
So,
Chairman,
yeah.
if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record, I will also offer any member of the public who needs assistance with this, they're welcome to stop by the Minden Inn, and we'll make sure our staff in the County Manager's office can walk them through it on their cell phone. I'll also speak to Scott Morgan about getting staff up to speed at the community center at their public counter so that we can offer that assistance.
I think that'd be a great idea, even a visit perhaps to a senior lunch there and give them that information. And I also I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our new emergency management coordinator, Kara Easton, for joining us today. So thank you very much. I don't know if the public is I don't think you've been able to get out too much in your face with the public, but I wanted to make sure they saw you so they knew who you were. So thank you. Thank you, guys. Anything else to add you wish? No?
I would just say that also I would encourage any of HOAs or neighborhood watch groups that are interested in having us come, we can also prepare or arrange to have a meeting in those individual groups, and Kara and myself and Ron and other members of the communications team can help individuals sign up there as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay. That concludes item number 3, and I know we're approaching the noon hour. Do we, Mr. Erb, I know you're here, right? We have a few minutes before noon. You can do your presentation by noon, and then we can break for lunch. Is that good? Okay. I don't want to put you under an artificial time frame here. If you can't do it in 15 minutes, then we can go over a little bit over that. But anyways, okay, very good. And would you like to introduce the other folks that are with you today? So.
Well, it's almost good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, John Erb, Douglas County Public Works and Regional Transportation Commission. About a year ago, the Regional Transportation Commission approved funding to match federal money for a Safe Routes to School Master Plan and team up with CAMPO, Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Association. CAMPO does have Scott Bohemier. He's the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School Coordinator, and he can explain more about the program and introduce Amy, who is going to tell you about the plan that we've developed. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. As John said, my name's Scott Bohemier. I'm the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School Program Coordinator. And we went to John and we talked about this plan, and basically what we do is we work with all the schools to keep the kids safe that walk and bike to school. We have non-infrastructure programs where I do safety assemblies. Yesterday we were at Scarcelli Elementary doing a walk to school day program with them, and we really try to encourage the kids to walk and bike to school a little bit more. So we try to work with them to be safe, and then also look at ways that we can improve infrastructure to make it safer for them. So this plan kind of goes over that. Amy's going to go through that. This is Amy Cummings with Parametrics, and their team has really been helping us put all this together, and I'll let Amy take it from here.
Thank you so much. Amy Cummings with Parametrics. I'm a transportation planner, and we've been working on this study, started earlier this year, and we are now launching our public comment period. So this plan is available on our website, and we'll be seeking public comment through September. We have done a lot of outreach up to this point. We had a public meeting back in May with a virtual online meeting available through the month of May, and participated in the Main Street event. And we are also going to be back at the school board next week to gather additional input from them. We included a survey to members of the public, and the schools helped push this out to the families that they have. And we did want to see the level of importance that folks felt about improving safety for walking and biking to school. So the majority of participants did consider that to be very important. And we asked what their primary concerns were about letting their children walk or bike to school. And the number one item was that there's the lack of sidewalks or pathways to get their students to the school, and also a lot of concerns about high vehicle speeds on area roadways. We met with the school principals. We visited each school, including during pickup and drop-off periods, and we looked at GIS data to identify the needs, safety needs. We used the crash data provided by Nevada Department of Transportation to identify some of those crash hotspots. So 395 and State Route 88 are the areas that have the highest number of crashes. And we have about 100 total projects recommended in the plan. So we're not going to go through all of those today, but we have a couple of highlights from each of the schools in the valley that we wanted to share. So here, starting with C.C. Manili, this is a school that doesn't have any sidewalks in front of the school frontage. So one of the recommendations is to improve that area so that it's easier for the students to walk in and out of the school. We're also proposing some either on-street or off-street improvements to connect the school to Aspen Park and Mitch Park as well. Over at Jacks Valley, we have a combination of smaller scale, lower cost improvements, such as updating some of the pavement markings to clarify where folks are supposed to be driving. So that's one of the illustrations here at the entrance to Jacks Valley, as well as signage on where folks are supposed to park for the school compared to the multi-use trail that's right there co-located. So those are relatively easier, shorter term types of improvements. We also heard from the school and from families that there are a lot of safety concerns about this intersection at Arcadia and Jacks Valley Road. So we've recommended moving that to the other side of the street, since most of the traffic coming from the neighborhoods is headed to 395, and also improving the visibility of that crosswalk. And here we have our two schools really close to each other. Here at Scarcelli Elementary School, where we were just hearing about. And on Long Valley Road, we're recommending the addition of some bike lanes and on-street parking for both sides of the street there. Some of the other improvements, in addition to the roadways, are enhancing some of the school pickup and drop-off areas, both for buses and for cars, for parents. So this is an example where we wanted to extend the student pickup and drop-off loop so that it doesn't back up into the driveway quite so much as it does right now. Then moving over to Pinion Hills, this is another area where we don't have any sidewalks right in front of the school, so we have some recommendations to improve that ability to walk from the school, especially to the park that's across the street. At Douglas High School, we have very high volumes of students walking from the school across the street to where the Maverick is, so we're recommending some upgrades to that intersection to move it out of the center turn lane. Right now it's at the same spot as the left turn movements going into the Maverick, so we're recommending moving that to the other side of the street and adding a median island so that it increases visibility and provides a little bit of a buffer. Over here at Minden Elementary, we already have great sidewalk connectivity throughout that whole neighborhood, so we really do see a lot of students walking and biking to school there. But there are some intersections where we're recommending improving some of the pavement markings to increase visibility. Over at Gardnerville Elementary, here we're we did want to note the wonderful sidewalk. It's very wide, and it is definitely utilized by students walking and biking to school there. There are some opportunities to improve the sidewalk connectivity and crosswalks on 395 itself, because we do have students that are walking along or crossing that facility. And over at Carson Valley Middle, again, we have a wonderful facility behind the school connecting the neighborhoods, that multi-use path, but it's a dirt path connecting the trail to the school itself. So we're recommending paving that path, as well as, again, looking at some of the crosswalks on 395. So there's more detail at the project website, which is here, engage-parametrics.com/DouglasSRTS. And we will be launching a virtual public meeting, which is a video presentation, as well as an opportunity where people can leave comments for us about this plan. And we are sharing this with all of the school principals, again, to make sure that we are incorporating any additional feedback that they have for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner?
I had a question. Some of the proposals you have are not on county roads, they're on NDOT roads. So how do you go about getting them to make changes?
And this is a good opportunity because NDOT is currently doing a study for 395 corridor from near Carson City all the way south to the state line. So we're sharing this information with them to be able to incorporate. And the Western Nevada Safe Routes to School program is really going to be helping support a lot of this ongoing coordination, because some of these will be administered by the school district. We would expect some of them are on school property, some are on county roads, some are on state roads, so there'll be a lot of coordination involved.
So I have had two complaints from, or two inquiries from constituents, one being that the crosswalk, the first crosswalk heading, I guess would be the second one if you're heading north on 395 in front of Carson Valley Middle School, you can barely see the sidewalk, the crosswalk, and they wanted to have it repainted. And I talked to Mr. Erb about that, and I think that they said that we had to get NDOT to do it. And it seems when there's such a risk there ought to be some type of an urgency to get that done, because you could barely see it, and a lot of kids are walking there. The second one didn't deal directly with the school, but it sort of does, and that was with the crosswalk being from where the roundabout is next to Douglas High School, because a lot of people go into the swim center, and in fact, one kid, and that's their mother, had contacted me, had gotten hit crossing that crosswalk, going to the swim center, but they also go to the school there. And I was told because we have one crosswalk already at the high school, it's hard for NDOT to approve a second. But some of these are just common sense suggestions, and I don't know. I mean, I've worked with Mr. Erb, but we haven't had a whole lot of luck getting the NDOT to do anything. And it would be wonderful if you guys could maybe light a fire for them in those areas.
Yeah, we can certainly add it to the plan and, try to work with NDOT to maybe put some urgency on those. Because it's definitely a safety concern for the kids, and that's our number one thing.
Commissioner Hills, anything to add?
No, this is a great thing to be working on. I think it's important for kids to be outside, to be moving, and much better for them to bike or walk if we can make it safe. So I appreciate the work.
Commissioner Millsap, advice? No? So, and I would make those same observations. I know that, when I talked to Sheriff Coverly about the number one complaint that we get, or his department gets, it is speeding in 25-mile-an-hour zones, excessive speed, and all the residential neighborhoods are marked at 25, and yet people exceed those speeds. Even quite frankly, which is surprising, the local residents themselves are exceeding the speed limit. And I think it's important also for our public to be reminded that in our school zones here in Nevada, we have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, right? So, we can't express that enough and often enough to our residents to respect that. But I see it happening all the time when I'm going up and down 395, right in front of Carson Valley Middle School, where the lights are flashing and it's 15 miles an hour, and yet we have people that are very frustrated. They're trying to cut in and out of traffic and try to get speed through that zone. So I want to remind our residents that those speed zones do exist. So anyways, Mr. Erb, you had something else you wanted to share?
Yes, John Erb for the record. I'd like to point out that this plan was done for all the valley schools and the lake schools, so just to have that on the record. But it does open the door in the future for federal grants funding, either through Safe Routes to School or other federal programs. So whether it's the county doing the project, the state doing the project, or even the GIDs or the entity that the school's in, they have a plan that they can use to attach to their application for grant money, and that'll improve the chances.
So would this grant process be pursued by the schools versus the county in most cases?
Yeah, it'll give the school an opportunity to apply for money as well, yes.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
what your question was.
Any other questions? Since there are no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. And wow, you did a great job on timing. So I have 12 o'clock
We would like you to do the
right
presentations in the future. You were wonderful.
I concur. Yes. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock, and so I think we'll take a break. In travel time to get into and from restaurants or whatever, what do you say we return at 1:15? 1:15 good? Okay, 1:15. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, it is, my computer is telling me it's 1:15, so we'll resume our meeting. Commissioner Hales is back in attendance with us via Zoom. The other four commissioners are here. So we'll go into item number 5 for presentation only. Introduction of ordinance 2023-1624, adopting a zoning map amendment for Dangberg Home Ranch Historic Park within the Agricultural Community Plan. The amendment changes the zoning from A19 Agriculture 19 acre to PF, which is Public Facilities. Zoning map amendment application DP 23-0095. The subject 5.5 acre parcel is the Dangberg Home Ranch Historic Park located at 1450 Highway 88 in the Agricultural Community Plan. The applicant is Scott Morgan and the owner is Douglas County. APN number 1319-36-000-005. And our Acting Assistant County Manager Scott Morgan is presenting along with, it looks like, Ms. Rao from the Planning Commission, or the Planning Department. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Scott Morgan, Assistant to the County Manager's Office on the interim. And I'm here just to answer any questions. This is the first reading. We will be doing a full presentation at the next agendized item for this, and here to answer any questions if you have it regarding this request.
That was the shortest I've ever heard you speak.
Don't tease him. Commissioner Hales, anything you wanted to ask or questions, comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Nosad? No? Commissioner Rice?
No, sir.
Me neither. So anyways, we'll see you back in a few weeks to present this as an action item, right? So thank you very much. See, I told you this is going to go quick.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Now I jinxed us, right? Item number 6 for possible action, discussion on land division application DP 23-0128, a request for a tentative subdivision map to create 10 lots for use as single-family residential dwellings. Lot sizes are between 2.01 acres and 3.48 acres. Lots will be located in the SFR-2 zoning district, which means single-family residential 2-acre minimum net parcel size in the Foothill Community Plan. The parcel is located at the northeast corner of Centerville Lane and Foothill Road, APN 1219-10-002-069. The applicant's representative is Todd Enke. I hope that's right, Enke. Close? Enke. RCI Incorporated, and the owner is Stefan Fraz. Wow, okay. And being presented by Ms. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. I'll just give you a brief synopsis before turning the presentation over to the applicant's representative, Zach Wood. The parcel is located on the corner of Foothill Road and Centerville Lane. The parcel is approximately 25.48 acres and is zoned SFR2 with a master plan designation of single-family estates. It's important to note that the single-family estates designation for this parcel has been in the master plan since 1996, and that can be found on packet page 1553. The lots range from 2.01 acres to 3.48 acres, meeting the acreage size for the zoning, as well as meeting required lot dimension and sizes and density. The Planning Commission recommended approval to the board at their August 8th, 2023 meeting. Staff has reviewed the project and finds that it meets county code, as well as the Douglas County design criteria and improvement standards. Staff and the applicant have met the findings, and they can be found on packet page 1558. We are recommending, with conditions, approval of land division application DP 23-0128 for Stefan Fraz. At this time, I'd like to introduce the owner's representative, Zach Wood, and Zach has a PowerPoint presentation for you.
Thank you, Chair Gardner and County Commissioners. I am Zach Wood with Resource Concepts on behalf of Stefan Fraz. We do appreciate the staff recommendation for approval and would eagerly ask that the board follow the recommendation. I think you saw Stefan, the property owner applicant, raise his hand, and Todd from Resource Concepts here as well. That's our project team. Oh, thank you, Lucille. Pretty basic stats about this project. We've got a 25-acre gross property, and we'll discuss some boundary line adjustments that were in agreement with the neighbor to facilitate the subdivision. The zoning is an allowed use with the single-family large lot, 2-acre minimum lot size residential, and with the subdivision, there's streets and right-of-way and utilities provided. So basic services are to have new local road system with water connecting to Douglas utilities and individual septic systems. The boundary line adjustment I mentioned is with the neighboring property to the north and to the east. The exhibit there shows a hashed outline for the proposed subdivision, and the boundary line adjustment would facilitate locating an existing well on the Dreyer Foothill Ranch LLC property, who's the water rights holder and irrigator, onto their property. So in that northwest corner of the property, that would be adjusted so the well stays where it is and is retained by Dreyer Foothill and is not part of the subdivision. In the northeast, we've got a boundary line adjustment to allow for future access to the Dreyer Foothill property. And then southeast corner, just a minor adjustment to allow for approaches and county standard improvements for the new local road. At the Planning Commission, there was some discussion, and I did my best to illustrate drainage and related questions, so I just made some quick exhibits. On the left shows the existing agricultural well, which drains to the east, going to our right. And then there will be a relocation of proposed irrigation, and that was reviewed and recommended by the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee. So that larger pink line runs north to south and would be the new relocated ditch. As you can see, the subdivision will include some of the area that's currently irrigated. For regular natural drainage, the exhibit on the right just shows that there's 2 culverts that cross State Route 206 Foothill Road and release onto the existing property. Those are going to be intercepted by new roadside ditches there in the light blue. So where I've got the cross marks, that's existing surface drainage that'll be intercepted and be part of the roadside drainage system. Same as was mentioned by staff, recommendations for approval from Water Conveyance and Planning Commission, and those conditions that were part of the staff report the applicant does agree to. Basic tentative map if we need to reference it. So more or less the new road system connects and is aligned with existing roads. So you've got Sheridan Lane that goes into Sheridan Acres on the bottom left, and then it would, I'm gonna forget that local road name, but it would be aligned with the other local road as a through road. Then there's Crystal Way that goes out to the proposed access easement onto Dreyer Foothill. So one local through road and one local road that stubs. Quick zoning exhibit, so just as was mentioned, the zoning allows for 2-acre minimum lot sizes. Those public facilities and roadway designs all meet county standard. Some questions were raised during the Planning Commission about proposed designs, and the through road was really related to the minimum dead-end road requirements of Douglas County Code. There's adequate right-of-way and easements for public utilities and drainage. I think I'll just skip, so just discuss some of those design constraints that were from the county's code. So in County Code 20.100, there's a dead-end road length maximum for high fire hazard areas. And during our pre-application, the staff commented on an initial dead-end road and cul-de-sac design that it should be a through road, which was revised and is part of the current tentative map. Likewise, the separation of the local road intersection, so there at Sheridan Acres and on Foothill Road, is aligned, so there's not an offset intersection creating a safety issue, as well as the main intersections are there at Centerville and Foothill, where the improvement standards guidance is for a quarter-mile separation from local road intersections. So those, to the best of the layout of the lot, meet those standards from county code or improvement standards. Simple not findings. So in the 7 required findings, the project's not a planned development or planned development zoning. It's proposed to be constructed for improvements and platted in one single phase. It's not a subdivision, phase subdivision. And the taxes are paid, and it's not within identified archaeological or cultural resource area. That's the conclusion of our presentation. If there's any questions, appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. When you approached the podium, I have to say I thought you were going to be offering public comment because I recognize you from our strategic plan workshop. And so I appreciate your participation in that, in your presentation today. So anyways, commissioners, questions, comments, concerns, observations? Ms. Hales? I see your head shaking no.
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Nosad, Commissioner Rice?
No, sir.
Okay, so anyways, I did have some, okay. First of all, my observation is that this appears to be consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods as well, both Job's Peak and then across 395 to the west and then to the south into, what is it, Sheridan, the Sheridan areas. So that's good. I see that as a benefit. We always ask how long these are going to take to build out. And so he answered the question of 4 years subject, and it is subject to the growth management ordinance. So we want to make sure that that's clear to the public. Okay. Now when it says 4 years, Mr. Wood, is it your plan to build out I know the infrastructure? Are you actually going to be building homes as well for sale? And are those going to be custom one-off homes, or is that going to be planned homes, or what's your plan there?
Hello, Zach Wood on behalf of the applicant, Stefan Fraz. The plan is to sell the fee lots, not to develop buildings for spec and sale. So the current property owner and applicant is not proposing to develop in that manner.
Okay, so you're not building 10 homes and then selling them. Individuals will have an opportunity to buy a lot and then develop their home according to all the rules.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardner. Zach Wood. The plan is to sell individual lots.
Okay, so I was gonna ask the question. Of course, our community always asks about affordable housing, attainable housing, and whether or not that element is going to be involved in this. But really, that's not on you because that'll be on an individual lot owner buyers. So I don't see that as happening. And also, as I understand it, Mr. Lair or Ms. Rowell, you can answer this. East Fork Fire has recently adopted some of the WUI standards. Is that correct? And so these homes will be subject to that because of their proximity to wildlands. Is that a fair assumption or not?
Tom Delaire, for the record, Community Development Director. They are installing a water system out here, and so there will be fire hydrants located within 1,000 feet of the home. So they won't have those criteria for that particular issue with the fire department. But it is in a WUI area, and basically the county was put into the entire area with the exception of the towns. So there is an application that you can look at to see what fire hazard it would be located at this particular site, and they will have to build to that when the individual homeowner comes in for a permit.
Okay, thank you. So I indicated that at first I said that these would be subject to the growth management ordinance. However, they on a one-off situation, they would not be subject to that because they would be applying for, well, I mean, they are subject to the growth management ordinance, but only from the single-family built properties. Is that right, rather than the projects category?
Tom Delaire, for the record, this is a project. It's a subdivision, so it would be under the project allocations, and they will have to. As the homes get proposed to be built, they will have to acquire a building allocation for that.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. So, did that raise any other questions of the other commissioners? If not, then we can go to public comment. So, okay, I don't see any other questions by commissioners, so we'll go to public comment on this since it's an action item. Is there any public comment here regarding item number 6? I see no public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board. And if there's no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve land division application DP 23-0128, a request for a tentative subdivision map to create 10 lots for use as a single-family residential dwellings, based on the ability to make the required findings as outlined in the staff report, presentation, and public comments.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the land division application DP 23-0128 as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Well, that went pretty quick too.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess Mr. Delaire is just going to remain in his seat. Or no, he's going to move over one. Okay. Okay, musical chairs. I didn't hear the music stop, so. Item number 7 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1622, a zoning text amendment to Douglas County Code DCC Title 20, updating Chapter 220.50, floodplain management, and Title 20, Appendix A, definitions and other properly related matters, being presented by our Community Development Director, Tom Delaire, and our Stormwater Manager, Courtney Walker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Tom Delaire, for the record, Community Development Director, and with me is Courtney Walker, our Stormwater Program Manager. This is the second reading for this ordinance, 2050 floodplain management, and I'll have Courtney kind of go over these first couple slides, and we'll get into the nuts and bolts of the ordinance that we are proposing to be revised today. So, Courtney.
Good afternoon, Courtney Walker for the record. As we mentioned a couple weeks ago when this was first presented to you, this code update is being undertaken as a result of the community rating system audit. We're going through a 5-year audit currently with FEMA to report on various activities that Douglas County participates in and reports on in order to participate in the community rating system, which makes homeowners who are required to purchase flood insurance, it gives them a 20% discount currently based on all the activities that we report on. It's a voluntary program that encourages basically communities to become more flood resilient. And as a result, they get, homeowners get decreased rates, which is always a good thing. So there's 4 different main kind of activity categories. There's public information, mapping, regulations, which is where our code update comes in, flood damage reduction, and then also preparedness. And so based on all of those different activities, it's a pretty extensive reporting process that we have to go through every 5 years. But you can see currently we have 2,122 points. That was how many we had at the end of our 2018 audit. That was 5 years ago. So that gives us a class 6 with a 20% reduction in insurance rate premiums for flood insurance. We're working obviously to hopefully increase that number. And like I said, we're going through the 5-year audit right now, and we'll see if we are able to increase that number. But we also definitely want to work on just maintaining it as well. So this code update basically was a very minor change, and we've added some clarification language in there, and Tom and I will go through exactly all the changes that we're proposing. But essentially, there's one key change, changing an or to an and in regards to manufactured homes construction, and doing that enables us to still stay in the program. We've been participating for, I think, 15-ish years, maybe a little longer. So we definitely wanted to make this critical change, although it's quite minor.
Thank you, Courtney. In addition to the change that Courtney was referring to, which is in this 230 standards for construction, it's this and. We also included some clarifying language in this ordinance, but this is the one that really changed. And I believe the CRS requirements at FEMA level changed, which is why our code has to change for this. So we also increased the threshold. We do get additional points. So we increased that to 49%. I provided a little example in here. If you had a 3,000 square foot home and you did an addition of 50% requirement was 1,500 square foot addition to a 3,000 square foot home, then you would have to comply. The whole house would have to comply with the floodplain requirements for the construction, and reducing it to 49% reduces that 1,500 square foot down to 1,470. So we're talking about a little bit of a difference, but the CRS was pretty clear as if you're under 50 or requiring under 50, then you'll get additional points for that. And so so that does this code update does modify that language as well. 2050-040, the intent, we added per the regulations or the sheet that FEMA uses, FEMA staff uses. It can be found on, it's a worksheet that can be found. It's starting on page 1610. And there is a worksheet that they go through, a checklist of all the code provisions that we're supposed to have in our code. And this is a section in the definitions. We didn't define, or no, I'm sorry, this is the, I have it out of order, that's awesome. So it's item number 13 and 14 in that chart. And it is just some language, clarifying language in the code that we didn't have before that we added. This language came from the state's recommended code language, and so we cut and pasted it into our code, and it's the serviceability section or abrogation and greater restriction section. So we are adding these two sections, F and G, to our county code, to the intent section of the county code. So that we will have that in our records, and they can check that off on their worksheet. And then the definitions, back to the first section, that's on page 1610. There were 3 definitions that we were missing. 2 of them, start of construction and violation, were specific to, staff felt that this was specific to the floodplain management. So we stuck these 2 definitions within that floodplain section. If it was in the Appendix A, then it would apply across all of the county code, and we didn't feel like the start of construction defined exactly what we wanted in other places of code. So we stuck it specifically to the floodplain ordinance and how we manage the floodplain. So, so this definition is actually in the Title 20. The other definition for historic structures you'll see at the end of the slide, but we added that to Appendix A, which is our standard definitions for all of the code. This one is a special requirement, so we just had some clarifying language at who prepares the hydrology and hydraulic study throughout the document. We do reference that those studies have to be prepared by a licensed engineer in the state of Nevada. And so we wanted to make sure that that was still clarifying, it was clarified in this chapter. And then we also sent these revisions out, or these proposed revisions out to the engineering community. We received 3 responses back of public comment, pretty extensive, but most of the comments had to do with the existing code. And so you'll see throughout the entire document where we corrected some of these types of things where we had a little x instead of a capital X. And so a lot of little tiny cleanup stuff we probably could have done without that, but I wanted to be totally transparent with this. So, so you'll see that throughout the document. The 2050-180, this section we provided specifically to comply with the checklist, and the checklist actually spells out 5 acres or more or 50 lots. And we had put that in for the Planning Commission, and during the meeting, Courtney says, oh, we have that covered under another section, and which is actually the next section below this one. And it was this 5 acres or more or 5 lots really was removed. What we had in code before was any development in a flood zone A is required to prepare a flood analysis and develop a base flood elevation for that property. So so we struck this from the code because this, if we would have added the 5 acres or more or 50 lots, whichever is less, it would have been had a conflict with another section of code. So so we removed that for this particular presentation for you, and we will not have that verbiage in the updated code because of the conflict that it caused. The standards for construction, section 230, this just clarifies some language in the X-shaded zone. We want to make sure that everybody understands who's building. The X-shaded zone is a 500-year floodplain, so a much larger flow event happens. Usually it's a flow of a foot or less, and so we wanted to make sure that these were identified in the code because we have had problems, or people have had problems figuring that out from what we had in code before. So we added that as clarifying language, and then the base flood storm water we also clarified in that section. And then this is the last piece, the Appendix A, the additional definition that we explained earlier. Adding this language to code was basically one of their checklist definitions that they wanted that the FEMA folks wanted to see in our code. And so with that, we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Delaire. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Hales?
No, thank you.
Oh, your microphone came off, so I just wanted to give you commissioners? No? No? Okay, very good. Yes, this is the second time we've seen it, so this is for possible action. I don't have any questions either, so we will entertain public comment on item number 7 regarding the update of ordinance 2023-1622. Public comment. No public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board. Since no further comment from the board, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve ordinance 2023-1622, a zoning text amendment to Douglas County Code, DCC, Title 20, updating Chapter 20.5, floodplain management, and Title 20, Appendix A of definitions and other related matters.
I'll second.
You preempted Mr. Turkey. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to adopt ordinance 2023-1622 as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That was pretty easy, huh? Okay. Turn that page over and go to the next one. We're on the final page. Okay. Looks like people are getting organized here. What's Brooke's title? Acting Community Services Manager? Director? Okay. Item 8 for possible action. Discussion to approve the Art in Public Places Program Plan being presented by our acting Director of Community Services, Brooke 80. Did I get that title right?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay. And I see Mr. Fitzgerald is with you also, the chairman of our Douglas County Arts Council, right? Still chair? They can't find somebody else? I think your title is now Chair Emeritus, right, or something of that nature. I mean, I don't know how many years you've been tenured in that. So, anyways, and then the lady that we had put together this plan, right? And I'm sorry, your name fails me. I can't remember it. So, perhaps you. But I guess Miss 80 is going to introduce you. So, anyways, floor is yours.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for providing this opportunity for us to present on the Art in Public Places Plan. My name is Brooke 80. I'm the Interim Director for Community Services Department. I would like to introduce Deborah Soul and Brian Fitzgerald, who will be providing information on this plan. Deborah is the consultant that was hired through the competitive process to facilitate the creation of the plan. And Brian Fitzgerald, to my right, is the president of the Carson Valley Arts Council, and he is our champion. I'm going to turn it over to Deborah so she can start the presentation.
Thank you, Brooke. Good afternoon. I'm happy to give you an overview this afternoon of the Douglas County Art in Public Places Program Plan. The purpose of the program plan is to establish an overall vision and guidance for the Douglas County growing public art collection. Also to provide some clear procedures and approval processes, acquisition processes, installation, and funding of public art based on community input and best practice in public art programming. The underlying program rationale and the objectives of this program are to improve the attractiveness of public spaces by integrating art into the visual landscape, and also to showcase historic identity and contemporary culture of Douglas County. Also to embrace the local character of Douglas County by introducing valued artworks, and to stimulate the local economy through increased pedestrian activities that encourage spending and investment to local businesses. The program is also to serve as an educational tool that depicts the culture, the history, and the geography of Douglas County. And it is to expand the boundaries of artistic endeavors in the county. It will increase community participation through inclusive public art engagement processes, and create distinct places and spaces, furthering Douglas County's unique sense of place. The Douglas County Public Art Art in Public Places program was informed by an extensive engagement process with residents, with businesses, local arts and culture organizations, with staff, policymakers, elected and appointed representatives, and all of this to ensure that the plan reflects the character and the aspirations of the many communities that comprise Douglas County. Community outreach tools that were utilized in this process included a survey questionnaire that was widely distributed electronically as well as in hard copy. 506 surveys were completed and submitted in this process. And also 25 one-on-one interviews were undertaken with key stakeholders that included senior county and town staff, GID managers and board chairs, business organization representatives, arts and culture organization representatives, Main Street Gardnerville staff, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board members, planning commissioners, county commissioners, and Washoe Tribe community spokespersons. Input was also gathered from local business owners and community leaders through a Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce luncheon meeting and a Business Council of Douglas County meeting. The results of all of this engagement process are actually summarized in Appendix D of the plan. The Art in Public Places program plan serves to implement the goals and the vision that have been set out in a number of county, town, and GID plans. In the 2021 update of the Douglas County Economic Vitality Plan, fiscal year 2023 to 2027, the enhancement of arts and culture is identified as a strategic focus area project. An outdoor art program is to be developed to complement the county's heritage and scenery in order to achieve the following vision. A variety of installations are located throughout the county, and we are becoming an arts destination. The 2027 vision of success for this project includes the completion and approval of a public art plan, the installation of multiple artworks in several geographic areas that have indicated interest. Art in Public Places recognizes and celebrates Douglas County's diverse culture and rich heritage. The updating of ordinances and special use permits, that the Douglas County cultural community is engaged, that Douglas County will be recognized as a destination for visual and performing arts, and that it will build a sense of community as visitors and residents are informed about and engage in the arts through a guide that utilizes multimedia forms of communication. This focus area should include a comprehensive arts and culture plan. The Douglas County Master Plan 2020 update included new policies and action items regarding the integration of public art and culture into the county's economic strategy. Specifically, Economic Development Action Item 24. Douglas County should consider amendments to the Development Code to create a process for applying to install public art, including separate criteria for murals and sculptures, as well as consideration for temporary, permanent, and rotating displays. Also, the 2013 Douglas County Valley Vision and the 2018 Minden and Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity also call for the preparation of public arts and culture plan and a program for the town that addresses both physical and visual improvements. Additionally, a public arts plan was prepared by Main Street Gardnerville and the Town of Gardnerville staff with input from Main Street Gardnerville Design Committee, and it was adopted by the Main Street Governing Board in September 2020, by the Carson Valley Arts Council in October 2020, and by the town of Gardnerville in November 2020. The primary goal of that plan was to identify a unifying theme for the Main Street area. Local heritage was selected as the primary theme, and the improvement of the visual environment was selected as the secondary theme. The program plan is based upon the following guiding principles. Firstly, that the program is fiscally responsible. Secondly, that artwork is based on consultation and engagement, ensuring that it's relevant to the county and to its residents. That public art installations are robust and of high quality, and that all installations will have a clear line of responsibility in terms of the ownership, installation, ongoing maintenance, and safety. Although there are many existing and well-loved public artworks throughout Douglas County, and considerable evidence from this study process for a county-wide public art program, the county is new to arts-related programming. It's therefore recommended that the county commences with a pilot art program. Piloting an art in public places program will provide the opportunity to explore wider community preferences, to test program options using existing resources, and inform long-term strategies. It's recommended that the pilot program should have a 5-year time frame. That will enable sufficient range of artworks to be introduced and experienced by residents and visitors, to inform evaluation of the program in terms of placemaking, community pride and involvement, visitor attraction, business enhancement, and program costs. Upon completion of the pilot phase, the strengths and weaknesses of the program can be evaluated, and fine-tuning and adjustments can be made to ensure the long-term success of the public art program. If major revisions or changes to the pilot program are not identified and actions are not taken to suspend that pilot program, it will transition to a regular program. In order to maximize the output and the impacts of a public art program, and to minimize program costs associated with the acquisition of permanent artworks and their long-term maintenance, it's recommended that the county commences with an art in public places program consisting of the following 3 categories. Category 1, rotating or temporary public art. Category 2, public art on privately owned commercial property. And Category 3, permanent public art in public spaces. The objective of the rotating public art program component is to establish a continuously changing selection of temporary artworks in designated public locations. Rotating public art is assigned to pre-selected locations for a limited period of time, and the artwork can be leased or borrowed from the artist and can be even listed for sale with a commission option by the county or town while it's on display. Rotating or temporary public art offers several advantages for Douglas County. It's less costly than commissioned or purchased permanent public art. It can be leased for a nominal amount that simply covers the artist's installation costs, and the artwork can also be, in some cases, offered by the emerging artist as donated artworks for a fixed period of time in order to help them gain recognition in the art world. A rotating or temporary public art category can be implemented using the county's existing budgetary and staff resources. Because art tastes and preferences differ from one person to the next, rotating artwork means that a wider spectrum of art can be presented that is likely to appeal to residents and to visitors. Another advantage of rotating public art is that it keeps it fresh. Visitors will want to return to see what's going to be installed next. Rotating public art provides more opportunities for a larger number of established and emerging artists to participate in the program and to gain valuable experience. Category 2, public art on private commercial property. As is the case in many other counties and municipalities, a significant percentage of existing public art in Douglas County is located on privately owned commercial property. Even if sited on this commercially owned property, an art project that's visible to the public is still perceived as public art and will become an important part of the county's visual landscape. The number of potential locations vastly outnumbers public locations. The Douglas County Public Art Program and County Ordinance should facilitate and clarify future public art on private commercial property. The advantages of public art on privately owned commercial property include the costs of acquiring, installing, and maintaining the artworks is the responsibility of the property owner, and there are many available locations throughout Douglas County for public art on private commercial property, which would significantly increase the growth of the public art program here. And category 3, permanent public art projects that have previously been permitted and that may continue to arise from local communities or proposed by organizations such as Main Street Gardnerville should continue to be permitted, provided that they are self-funded and allowed under the Douglas County Code. Project inspiration for these permanent works could arise from a variety of sources, including inspired residents, sponsoring organizations or groups, or GID, town or county leaders, and local residents who've indicated their interest in being involved in future public art initiatives from the surveys that were conducted for this program plan, of which I have to add 31%, almost a third of all respondents indicated they were interested in being directly involved in future public art projects. So they've left their name and contact details so that they can be involved in the future, which is an astonishingly high percentage of people who showed that level of interest in the program. Main Street Gardnerville is likely to be involved in permanent public art projects within the Main Street district. So that's another example of where permanent public art is likely to continue to unfold. To ensure an effective pilot phase for the Art in Public Places program, the plan includes guidelines for each program category. Public art applicants, or PAAs, are individuals or groups that propose new, temporary, or permanent public art projects for all categories of public art. Public art applicants can include individuals, towns, GID or county leaders, elected representatives, businesses, community organizations, or other sponsors. They can also include those residents who submitted their names in the community engagement survey. A Douglas County-based public art advisory organization should be established, operating under an MOU with Douglas County to take the lead role in advising and assisting in the administration of the Art in Public Places program. This organization could be headed by the Carson Valley Arts Council and could also include representatives from other Douglas County arts and culture organizations, Main Street Gardnerville representatives, or others with expertise in local culture and public art. The Public Art Advisory Organization would be responsible for evaluating new proposals for new temporary or public art projects in terms of their viability, in terms of location, estimated costs, and any technical aspects of the proposed artwork. They could encourage proposed content that reflects the expressed local community identity and values here for any project. They could advise on standards in terms of artistic methods and technical requirements for proposed artworks. When needed, they could direct applicants to planning staff to answer planning, zoning, or right-of-way questions. And when beneficial, they could recommend a pre-application meeting with the county's planning department. When needed, they could assist in the establishment of a project panel with the required expertise for each temporary Category 1 or permanent Category 3 public art in public locations. They could advise and assist the public art applicants in preparing commissioning or purchase contracts with the artist, if needed. They could advise on required maintenance requirements as specified in a purchasing or commissioning contract for Category 3 artworks, and they could maintain an up-to-date inventory of all public art in Douglas County. It is also recommended that sections of the county code pertaining to public art should be amended to more accurately define public art, differentiating it from signage, and articulating the approval processes that are set out in the plan. Based on discussion with the planning department, the recommended public art ordinances section of the program plan, which is section 7, should be considered draft. Community services staff will work with planning staff to refine the recommended amendments pertaining to public art to ensure that they reflect the public art program processes and that they function well within the updated code. So the action that we're seeking is to adopt the Art in Public Places program plan and that the proposed code changes be considered draft. So as an overview, proposals for Category 1, 2, and 3 public art are submitted by a public art applicant. A public art advisory organization receives the new proposals and has the lead role in administering the pilot program. The host community, the town, GID board, or the county, if the county property is the location for the proposal or there is requested county funding, they review and consider approvals of the project, including locations based on the Public Art Advisory Organization's recommendations and their acceptance of funding sources. And then all projects must comply with the county's public art ordinances and/or building codes if applicable. Unless the proposed artwork is to be located on county property, the county's role in all public art projects is to ensure that they comply with the updated county ordinances pertaining to public art, and that all applicants apply for a public art permit, and when applicable, a building permit. Recommended code amendments are identified in Section 7 of the plan. Town or GID boards are the approving body for public art proposed within their jurisdiction, following screening of the proposed artwork by the Public Art Advisory Organization. The town or GID board may offer suggestions on locations or funding options for the project. And program funding. The Art in Public Places pilot program requires a modest budget for its implementation that could potentially be funded using existing budgets and resources. Public art applicants should also be encouraged to apply for the Community Grant Funding Program to kickstart the pilot program for Category 1 and Category 3 projects. Because the pilot program relies on grants, donations, and sponsorships as funding sources, public-private and nonprofit-public partnerships should be strongly encouraged to minimize project costs and to enhance project opportunities. Okay, that's my overview of the Art in Public Places program plan. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Is it Sewell or
Soul?
Soul. Soul, okay. I think we had that discussion before when I chatted with you individually, but I have trouble walking that into my brain. Anyways, thank you for the presentation, a terrific presentation. I'll ask the board members if they have any questions, comments, observations. Commissioner Hales, I see you've unmuted yourself, so.
Yeah, just a few, really just comments. I think this was very, very well done, and it's exciting to see this effort coming to be. I really enjoyed reading the comments. I thought there were a lot of really good comments from people who were involved in giving feedback. One thing that delighted me is it seems like everyone likes the man and the dogs in Gardnerville just as much as I do. And there was a piece of art that several people didn't like, and that kind of was interesting to me. So I appreciated that. I appreciate that the emphasis in this plan is to respect local communities and to have them be in the driver's seat for what happens in their locale. And I think that is a good approach. My takeaway, and I'm probably not going to get the terminology right, but it seems sort of consensus that people do not want more modern art. They prefer art that is consistent with our culture, history, and our natural beauty. And I think that should be respected by this process. I think that was a pretty strong takeaway. So those are just some comments, but also just want to appreciate you, all who were involved in this. And I think it's a really good step forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Fitzgerald, you had comments?
Thank you. Yes. Brian Fitzgerald, still president of the Carson Valley Arts Council. Just a couple of quick comments before you open it to public comment. First, I want to thank Deborah Soul. Tremendous job in gathering all the information and putting this plan together to present to you today. I also just need to recognize your retired Economic Vitality Manager, Lisa Granahan, and then, of course, the staff with Community Services, Brooke Ady and Scott Morgan. Very excited from the Arts Council's perspective, and a lot of people now are referring to me as the art guy. I'm thrilled that we could bring this plan before you today. And just we're reflecting on where we've been and where we're going. There's a lot of great momentum that are related to arts and culture. I see this as a positive step forward to help enhance our downtown, make it more attractive, make it more walkable, and potentially that art destination that we're looking for, that creative economy, that cultural tourism. This plan are all pieces of that. But nothing is going to happen without collaboration. It just seems like these days everything takes some collaboration. So this is going to be a tremendous effort that involves every corner of Douglas County. Art will not go out there unless the residents want it. And we as the Arts Council hope that we can play a role as that advisory board, or at least have an element of that process. And of course, we expect some participation with the towns, the GIDs, and the county to see this through. But we're excited about getting this foundation established so that we can move forward with getting some great pieces of art throughout our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Very appropriate. I know one thing that we talked about, Ms. Soul, when we had our one-on-one discussion about this, I saw and I identified it then, as I've done for a number of years, the importance to me of recognizing the tremendous amount of murals throughout our county and how they really are reflective of our culture. And I see a real need to separate out the murals and public art in public places as a separate ordinance to our sign ordinance. They're completely different and need to be recognized in that manner. So I've actually, I think I've made that comments to our Director of Community Development as well. So I'm hoping that we can bring forward that in the next short period of time to this board to recognize that and put that in ordinance. So anyways, thank you. That was a very good presentation once again. And I appreciate Mr. Fitzgerald's participation and Ms. Adie's. So if there's no other comments, then we'll go to public comment before we bring it back to the board for possible action.
Jason Gibson on behalf of ye old historic commemorative calendar of Douglas County. September 7th, they say. I don't know why they call it the 9th month, because September in Latin means 7. October in Latin means 8, but represents 10. Diversity. Boy, we sure are diverse here in Douglas County. We got tourists, more tourists, senior citizens, contractors, cops, public employees, and 3 kind of guys running around out there with monster trucks and monster mufflers. A community that mirrors the scenery. 3 kind of guys: bald heads, men with beards, and short hairs. That's what you got in Douglas County, the diversity of the public arts plan. I don't know where you folks are getting this, but I've got over 30 websites up as a Planet Art networker. Just came back from the most awesome international burn in the world. I ain't never heard of your plan, never heard of your survey. I answered a little card at the Senior Citizen Center, a tiny little card. That's all I heard about it. I don't know what Charlotte Hales has been smoking, but she says no modern art in Douglas County. We won't have any of that. We'll have you old folks know something, okay? We put snowboarding and extreme sports on the map in this county. We put Olympians on that map. From that mountain, we created an industry that you said we couldn't have. We created that culture. We had more culture in the 80s than what you all got now with all your fancy cars and your big money and your fancy houses. We impacted a generation that lasted a decade in the 80s. We produced people like Troy Bellinghouse as a stuntman out of LA. We produced real people out of Douglas County, not some kind of front claiming that we're doing all this and that and the other and not doing a whole lot of anything. No modern art. Time is art. How many people went to the Burning Man? Not one. How many people have ever been to the Burning Man? Not one. What's underneath it? 13 Moon Calendar Change Peace Initiative, time-based art, real-time economy. That's why they won't go. Richie Rich says, well, I don't do heroin. No, he's just addicted on money. It ain't about heroin and drugs at the Burning Man. His excuse is Southern comfort.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Additional public comment? Seeing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Any other comments, questions, observations? Then I'll entertain a motion to adopt and approve the Art in Public Places Program Plan. Okay, motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the Art in Public Places Program Plan. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I see it's, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And nice job, Miss Deborah. Appreciate it. I won't, Soul, right? Soul, okay. Okay. What do you say? I think a 10-minute break? Okay, we'll be back at 2:30. Okay, thank you. refresh themselves. And we'll go into item 9 now. Commissioner Hales is back online. I don't know that she ever left, actually. Anyways, for action, for possible action, item number 9, update and discussion on establishing the time frame and selection process for the appointment of a justice of the peace for the Tahoe Township Justice Court to serve the remainder of the unexpired term of the outgoing Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace in compliance with NRS 4.010 and 245.170, being presented by our Human Resources Director, Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang, Human Resources. Per the direction of this board, back on June 15th, applications have been solicited to fill the pending vacancy as a result of Judge Glasson's notice that he will vacate the position of Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace on October 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Today, I'm seeking further direction regarding the timeline for reviewing and selecting those candidates for an appointment. Thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Nosat.
How far and wide did we do our search?
The search is advertised through a variety of websites that broadcast nationally, as all Douglas County jobs are. I would point out in the background of the materials, the candidates are required to be residents of Douglas County to fill this vacancy.
Thank you.
Just had a question on the proposed recommendations for the motion. Is one of them direct staff to schedule interviews of the 4 applicants for the staff, or for the schedule interviews for the county commissioners to meet the applicants, or the county commissioners should do on their own schedule and meet the applicants? What are you guys suggesting?
Thank you for the question. We're suggesting that the commission as a whole would interview the candidates, and HR would help facilitate that process. We would be happy to bring it to a regular scheduled meeting or a specially scheduled meeting as you see fit. There are 4 qualified applicants, so I don't recommend any interim steps to whittle that pool down or for anyone to make more succinct recommendations to you. I think 4 is a reasonable number for you all to consider.
The board as a whole, not individually, is that what you're saying?
Correct, the board as a whole.
Oh, okay, because as I mentioned in our meeting, I've already been contacted about wanting to meet with that individual. You're suggesting we don't do that, we just do it as a board, or we meet with the individuals too and do it twice?
I think that you're welcome to respond to contacts that you may receive from the applicants, but in terms of evaluating the candidates and making a decision, I believe that action should be taken as a whole board.
Commissioner Hales, any questions you might have on this item?
I guess I want to pause on that and just make sure I understand. Is there any reason why we couldn't, as long as we don't form a decision, is there any reason we couldn't meet with applicants to get in advance of the application, the formal interviews, to just get to know them a little bit more?
Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. If I can answer that question. There's nothing legally that prevents you from doing that, but just as when you make your decisions on any item that comes in front of you, you want to make sure that everybody's basing their decision on the same information. And so I think that's the basis for the recommendation from HR, is to make sure that everybody has the same information when they're making their selection. So you can definitely, there's nothing legally that prevents you from doing that. It's just a matter of everybody having the same information upon which to base their decision. Or if you were to base your decision, or any commissioner, on something that was maybe said outside of that realm, that sometimes can create some issues.
Thank you.
Commissioner Okay.
Okay, my question for you is this. 2 of the applicants I know quite well. having been a deputy constable and working the courts up at Tahoe Township for many years. In fact, never mind. Yeah, tell me about it. Anyway, I consider myself a friend of both of them, and I do intend on meeting with the two that I know, because they have asked to meet with me, and the other two I don't know. One of the questions I have is, it's my understanding that to be elected, you have to reside in the district, in this case, in Tahoe Township. Is that correct?
So Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. If you're elected, you do have to reside in the township 30 days before filing for candidacy. However, for appointments, you just have to be a qualified elector of the county.
Yeah, it seems to me that in that case, we would, if we were to put somebody on the bench that does not live in Tahoe Township, we will be doing a stopgap, and then when the election time comes, unless that person has moved into the district, they would not be able to run. Is that correct?
Yes, this appointment would be for almost a year, so the person could move into the district and meet the time frame in order to run for election. But in general, your statement is correct.
I'm not planning on selling my house, but good luck with that.
Okay, so I had several questions. Number one, I'm reluctant to entertain the appointment of anybody at this time, since we really don't have a vacancy until 9 a.m. on October 5th. In addition to that, I want to devote the proper amount of time to vet these four potential candidates for that appointment. As I understand it, we have a number of individuals who are considered judge pro tems and could serve in that capacity during I think we have, if I'm not mistaken, the last time when we appointed Mr. Gilbert to fulfill Ms. Jones' unexpired term, we operated with judges pro tem for a period of time until that appointment process and his stepping down as constable came to be. So I would be inclined to entertain that process of continuing to operate with judges pro tem after October 5th at 9 a.m. and then set up a special meeting after October 5th outside of a regular Board of Commissioners meeting to basically interview the four candidates and make a determination and selection at that time. I think that's within our jurisdiction. Is that not, Ms. Gregory?
Cynthia Gregory for the record. I think it is within your discretion. However, I think there's a time limit for the amount of time you can have the judges pro tem. So if you were going to set some sort of interviews after October 5th, my recollection off the top of my head is I thought it was 30 to maybe 60 days. And then
I would,
had to make
I
that
think I
appointment.
concur with you when I think the previous time was 30 days
Yeah.
maximum. It gives basically the board chairperson the ability to assign those through the court clerk's office during that period of time until the board makes its selection. But I think that was limited to 30 days.
Yeah, I know there was a time frame on that. I just, off the top of my head, I can't remember. But I do, if we both think 30 days, that's probably a safe bet.
Chairman Gardner, could you elaborate on why you wouldn't want to have the interview process now and then appoint somebody to take over after October 5th? Why the time?
Once again, we don't have a vacancy right now until 9 a.m. on October 5th. And for all we know, Judge Glasson may decide after, we've possibly made a selection that maybe he doesn't want to retire or resign.
Come in here and tell us he was resigning and gave us a date and a 9 a.m. time period?
Until it's official, I still feel like we don't have an opening yet until October 5th at 9 a.m. That's just my observation. I think we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit on that, but that's my feeling.
Is this a good time for me to weigh in?
Yes, you're unmuted, so yes.
All right. I appreciate Judge Glasson giving us several months advance notice. I would like to, and his exact time and date and time, so we know what he is intending. I don't want to, however, I respect what Chair Gardner has said about putting the cart before the horse, and I don't want to seem to be pushing Judge Glasson out the door. So I don't favor doing it ahead of October 5th, and I don't want to rush the interview process, but I'm really interested in doing it on October 5th. Unless there is time-sensitive matter that we have to hear on that day, I would like to do the interviews on that day. And I even kind of like the idea of doing the interviews on that day and maybe the next day or within a short period of time, coming back together and making a decision, which would give us a few days of letting the thoughts work before we decide. Because I think this is a very important decision and I want to make it carefully. So that's how I would approach this.
That's an interesting concept as well. So
Be before a county commission meeting then, after, I guess.
I think what Commissioner Hales is suggesting is that a board item on the October 5th Board of Commissioners meeting would be the interview process of the 4 candidates, but then no decision being made on that particular day and coming back into special session on a subsequent day within a given time period to actually go ahead and address that situation. Is that what I'm reading out of you, Commissioner Hales?
You know, my first priority would be to move forward on October 5th. And even if we make the decision that day, I want to do something on October 5th. But I kind of like the idea of maybe, doing the interviews and then giving us a chance to really think through our thoughts and impressions and coming back within a few days, maybe the next day or within a few days, and deliberating and deciding. Yes, at a special meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Rice, you had something to share.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to see a vacuum. And I know that none of us want to feel like we're pushing Judge Glasson out the door because I don't think that's possible. I don't think that Judge Glasson can be bullied into doing anything. But my thought is we're having a BOCC meeting on the 21st. Why not interview the candidates on the 21st and then come back on the 5th and make the decision to be effective immediately? That seems to me would keep from having a vacuum and a gap.
Okay, well, we've got several ideas on the table, so, but we need to go to public comment before we, okay? I know where you were headed, and I just want to remind you, it's possible action. We need, so we have to go to public comment. So anyways, if there's nothing else by the commissioners, then we'll go to public comment, come back, and we can entertain different options, okay? So public comment on establishing a time frame and selection for the appointment of a justice of the peace. Hold a comment.
Jason Gibson with the People's Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. On behalf of the Foundation for the Law of Time, Natural Law Peace Initiative 1933, I'd like to discuss or I'd like to expose the terminology or the language that's being used in this particular action item 9 with regards to, I quote, justice of the peace for the Tahoe Township Justice Court. We quote Thomas Jefferson, "The germ of destruction of our nation is in the power of the judiciary." Look at the state of the nation. They're not justices of the peace. They're policy enforcers. They're administrators. That's all they are. They're black magistrate. They're not officers of the peace. They have no peace plan. They will not endorse the Natural Law Peace Initiative of 1933, the Discovery of the Law of Time, or the World 13 Moon Calendar Change Peace Initiative, because it would be the end of their fraud that they're banking from. They're just bankers. And you know who I'm talking to. They're an irresponsible body, quotes Jefferson, working like gravity by night and by day, gaining a little today and a little tomorrow, and advancing its noiseless step like a thief over the field of jurisdiction, stealing your kids, stealing your property, stealing your honor, your integrity, stealing your identity, Mr. Strawman. They're doing so, and they do so and shall render powerless the checks of one branch over the other, like they're doing today, and would become as venal and oppressive as the government from which we separated. And that's the truth. No one is qualified as a justice of the peace running this dog and pony show that you're so fond of there, Mr. Rice. First few questions I have for these jokers. Have they corrected their political status, or are they still U.S. corporate subject citizens enslaving us? We know the answer to that question, sir. Do we have a record of a bona fide oath of office? No. Look at their defective oaths. They won't even produce them. They won't even respond to the NRS 239's records requests or the FOIA requests. Have they endorsed the Natural Law Peace Initiative of 1933 or even know that it exists, magistrate of the peace? Will they even acknowledge the discovery of the law of time and show?
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You had it. It's buzzing red now. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry. It goes off. It's not only audio, but it also visual. So anyways, any additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Okay, so we've had several suggestions. What does anybody want to?
I can support Commissioner Rice's plan, especially if the agenda on September 21 allows for considerable time to do these interviews.
And I think that's my only concern is that I don't know what we're looking at for September 21st is, but I certainly don't want to. I don't want to rush the process in regards to the interview process for us to ask questions of these four individuals. So if we feel like we can accomplish that on the 21st, I'm good with that as an agenda item as well. So,
Is that
Commissioner
enough time to
Nosad,
publish?
Pardon me?
Is that enough time to get that published in the agenda?
Oh yeah,
public
yeah.
consumption?
No,
But I'm for doing it on the 21st.
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we do the interviews on September 21st, and then when we come back at our regular scheduled meeting on October the 5th, that we make our appointment.
Potentially make our appointment.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Nosad to interview the four to have the board interview the 4 candidates for Justice of the Peace for the Tahoe Township Justice Court to be conducted on at the regular scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting on September 21st with a subsequent for possible action item on our October 5th regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners to possibly make that selection. Does that meet with legal counsel's? Okay.
I think that the motion's fine. It's up to you. With regards to the dates, I think the only question that HR might have is, do you want HR to prepare questions, or how would you like to have that work?
Mr. Chairman, I think that in fairness, for some of us that don't have a legal background and some of us that do, it would be better to have HR come up with the questions that we're going to be asking so that we ask everyone the same question.
I think that's, go ahead, Commissioner Hales.
I like that with the addition that we can ask follow-ups.
And I agree with your observation there, Commissioner Hales, is that we shouldn't be precluded also from having individual questions. But it would be helpful if we did have HR provide some questions as well. Okay. So, okay. Everybody good with that? Then all those in favor of the motion as we previously stated, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And don't go anywhere, Ms. Lang. I look at the agenda and you're on next, so, okay. Oh, you're just going to play musical chairs list. Mr. Dallaire did earlier. Okay. Okay. So now we go to item number 10, and that is for possible action, discussion on the classification and compensation study completed by Baker Tilly, including the board's possible adoption of a revised county compensation and classification plan and discussion of possible implementation options for non-unionized Douglas County employees. Once again, by our Human Resources Director, Ms. Wendy Lang. And I believe we have somebody from Baker Tilly here to join you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang, Douglas County Human Resources. Douglas County Code and policy require the Human Resources Director to monitor the county's classification and compensation plan to ensure a fair and equitable pay system and to aid in recruiting and retaining a highly competent workforce. Consistent with this requirement, in October 2022, this board approved an agreement for a classification and compensation study to be conducted by Baker Tilly, an experienced firm with the knowledge to conduct a thorough and objective analysis. The project manager of this effort has joined us here today to provide a summary of the process and the results and to make recommendations based on best practices that will meet our organizational needs. So I'd like to introduce and hand it over to Jada Kent with Baker Tilly.
Thank you. And thank you for having me today. I'm thrilled to be here. Doing compensation consulting for local governments is my most favorite thing, so I'm going to tell you about all the fun I've been having. But I want to say thank you to Wendy and her team for all the hard work in partnering with me on this project and getting it to this point. So with that, in this presentation, I want to walk through our methodology for how we conducted the study, what information we collected, how we analyzed it, and how we used that data to come up with the recommendations that we have here today. But focusing specifically on some major aspects like the internal equity of positions, the external equity, and then how we roll those results into pay plan development and grade assignments with implementation options. So our process followed these 5 major phases. We started by meeting with the county's project team to understand what is the current situation. What do your current pay plans look like? How do people move through them? What positions exist? What is the work being performed by those positions? So collecting lots of documentation like job descriptions, org charts, policy handbooks, but also having employees complete a questionnaire So where job descriptions may be a little bit outdated, it was employees of Douglas County telling us what work is actually and currently being performed in their roles. And then part of that process was a supervisor review just to make sure we've got complete and accurate information on every position. So those PAQs really became the foundation of the study. It was our understanding of what the jobs are and what they're doing. So as we get into the position review and we're looking at the internal equity aspect of those positions completed by employees, but then getting into the market and also using those PAQs to verify matches as we're looking at other organizations that have similar positions. And then, once those two phases were completed, getting into pay plan development, building new pay plans, establishing grade assignments based on all of that information, and then here we are in the final phase, just wrapping up the final report, putting a bow on it, and getting ready to hand it over. So I want to dig in a little bit more on some of those pillars that we've kind of built the pay plan on. And the first one is the internal equity aspect. So Baker Tilly has its own job evaluation system called SAFE. It's a point factor evaluation system. And that means that the end result of this process is a total score for every job. And that's ultimately how we establish the hierarchy of the positions, is it's based on these same 9 criteria being measured consistently across all of the jobs in the county, resulting in a total score, and that's how we establish that hierarchy. And so looking at these 9 factors that we're using, like that measuring stick to compare all jobs in the county against other jobs within the county, looking at the education and experience, and these are minimum requirements of the job, not necessarily what the employee in that position holds. Looking at the level of work that's performed, if there's physical demands, if there's working conditions that are not desirable, all of those aspects to really kind of measure what is the work and what's the value of that work here in the county. So at the same time, we were doing the market assessment, working with the county to get that list of peer organizations. And I know there's a list of organizations that the county routinely compares itself to, and so that's what we used for this process. And those are organizations that are going to look like you and work like you. So similar services to start, but maybe similar in size, geographic proximity. But for that private sector piece of the puzzle, we've used published salary survey sources. And the reason we use published sources to kind of represent the private sector is because we can call up your neighboring cities and counties and ask them what are they paying their employees, but private companies can't do that. Because of the anti-price fixing legislation, they have to provide their data to a third-party source, and so that's why we know those are a reliable place to get that information. Benchmark positions are just commonly found positions within the organization that, you know, an administrative assistant, as an example, is a title that will exist in every industry. So that means we didn't include 100% of Douglas County's positions in the market study. We wanted to lean on those where we knew we were going to get matches in other organizations. There are some positions that are very unique to the county and they just don't exist in other organizations. And so leaning on those ones where we know we will get appropriate matches. And then once we collected the data, some adjustments that we provided, maybe for differences in work week. If an organization, for an example, is working a 37.5-hour work week, just bringing it up to that common point in time to make it a 40-hour to get then the correct annual rate before we plug those in and call them apples to apples. We might age the data forward if it's not for the same fiscal year. So Bureau of Labor Statistics, as an example, is usually about a year behind, so we have to age that data forward. And then we also did a cost of labor differential, and that's a regional differential that we're applying to the data. And it's not the same as cost of living, and I'm going to get into that one a little bit more. But we did apply a differential to the data based on regional influences. And then quality control aspect of our process, so that no peer was treated more important than another peer. So we did not weight the data. If it was a good match, then it was a good match, and we let it just kind of influence the average based on however many matches it had. And so to that, a good match is a 75% overlap in those duties and responsibilities. So just because the title is the same doesn't mean it's the same job, right? So that survey we distributed included a summary of the work as well as the minimum qualifications to make sure that we're actually matching to the position and the work that's being performed in that position. And so once we know we've got good matches, we want to have enough good matches to be able to conclude what is the market value. So we required at least 3 good matches to be able to calculate that market value. If we only had one match for a position as an example, that's not necessarily what the market is paying, that's just what one other organization is paying. So we wanted to have a few of those included. So the 7 organizations, public peer organizations that the county routinely compares to is listed here 1 through 7. And then those 3 published sources that we also included to represent the private sector are on the right side. So we have a subscription to Comp Analyst and Economic Research Institute, and then Bureau of Labor Statistics is a free source. And then talking a little bit more about that cost of labor differential that was applied. So cost of living is, eggs are more expensive, gas is more expensive, and cost of labor is a lot slower to react than kind of the CPI. So over time, cost of labor is continually moving up. It's just going at a very slow pace. And so cost of labor is a more reliable figure to base wages on when we're talking about kind of plugging it in the way that we did with the study. And this table is going to show what adjustments were applied per organization. So at the top where we've got Douglas County, we used the town of Minden to establish kind of as the county seat. So 99.9 is the cost of labor differential, and we pulled that from the Economic Research Institute's geographic assessor tool. So that 99.9 is out of a scale of 100. The 100 is the US average. So taking that number for all of the localities where we had data, for those published sources, we are doing it from the US average or from the state average. But then we're taking the difference from that locality to what it is here in Douglas County. So Reno, as an example, is 102.5. So we adjusted the data we received from Reno down 2.6%, just to take that regional influence out and really drill down to what is the going rate of labor. And so on that far right column, anytime you see a negative number, that means we adjusted the data down versus a positive number, we adjusted it up to make it kind of apples to apples to Douglas County.
Can I ask a question real quick on this one? Because
Yes.
I'm still a little confused on this chart. So the 99.1, does that, and I'm trying to equate it in regards to cost of living, does that mean that it costs less to live in Minden than these other peer organizations, or more than the other averages?
It's not indicating the cost of living at all. It's indicating how much wages are being paid here. So if you were to compare that to
So
the
you're
cost of
suggesting
living-
that perhaps at 99.9, we're almost at the level of our peers, but not quite there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a little bit of a
Okay,
variance.
that better illustrates it in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, so getting into the results, of the 224 positions that were included in the project total, 198 of those were included in the survey as benchmarks. So almost 87% of all of the positions. And then from there, 34 of those had insufficient data, so less than 3 matches, and for those we were not able to calculate the market value. But for those positions and the other positions that weren't even included in the market study, we do still have job evaluation to lean on. So we have that internal equity establishing that hierarchy of all of the jobs, regardless of market data. So that market data just helps us kind of plug that framework, that hierarchy that we've established into the pay plan. But overall, we ended up with market values for about 164 positions, so 73% of all of the county's positions. And then based on the timeline of when we originally conducted the study to the time that passed in between, we ended up updating this information in July. So including the cost of labor differentials pulled from ERI, just so that everything is kind of as current as it can be, because we know some of those organizations adopted shifts to their pay plans, and so we went back and collected that information and applied those shifts. So the results that we prepared from this information, the first one was an aggregate, looking at the average minimum, midpoint, and maximum based on the number of matches for those 164 positions. And on average, we had about 5 matches per those positions, but there were some where we had a lot more. About 25% we had 7 or more matches. And so that's a pretty successful turnout when you've got, the more data, the better. You can have a lot of confidence in a benchmark position where we have 7 matches. The next one was a comparison of midpoints. So looking at the county's existing midpoint compared to the market average midpoint. And we focus on the midpoint because that's commonly observed to be the market, quote unquote. So looking at where you stand relative to the market in that way. And we're also preparing a couple of different thresholds, looking at a little bit above market, a little bit below, so that 5% in either direction. Because doing the market study, we've defined your labor market. It's those 7 peers plus the private sector. Now, where do you want to be within that labor market? Do you want to lead in compensation? Do you want to lag in compensation? Or do you want to be right at market? And so we prepared those thresholds to have that conversation and kind of see, you know, here's what it would look like if you lag versus if you lead. And so to that, it's been historically the way of local government to choose to lag in compensation because they were leading in benefits. That's not as much the case anymore. A lot more organizations are choosing to be at market or leading if they can because private sector is caught up on the benefits front. So it's not as much a choice there anymore. But we also prepared a comparison of pay ranges. So looking at the full pay range, the minimum to the maximum in the county versus what the market average minimum, midpoint, and maximums were. So at the minimum, the county is 1.5% above the market average minimum. The midpoint was almost right on top of it, 0.1% behind market, and then that maximum is 1.5% behind market. So you can, you know, this is, it's hard to even draw the conclusion that you're behind or ahead in any respect because you're really right on top of it. And I know that the county has taken some actions in the last year to really try to be aggressive with its pay, and I think that this data shows that it's done a good job to stay on pace. So getting into pay plan development, wanting to understand what is the current situation here, what pay plans exist, how do they work, who's in what pay plan. And so looking at what the county currently utilizes, it's multiple sets of pay ranges sorted by nature and level. So here we've got a set of pay ranges for administrative positions, for director level positions, technical positions, et cetera. And there's a lot of really good reasons to have separate pay plans like this. One example is that positions will move at a different pace in the market from each other. Some will always be status quo, and that regular COLA is going to kind of keep them on pace. But some positions are hot jobs. IT jobs, for an example, public safety, skilled trades right now. So sometimes you need to make a different decision for a different group of people that are being impacted differently by the market. And so that's a good reason to have different pay plans. But here, a little bit of an issue that we kind of gleaned was that you've got so many buckets of positions that maybe the progressions, maybe a 1, 2, 3 level, is not having enough separation. And then especially as you're moving from maybe an exempt to a non-exempt role, or I'm sorry, a non-exempt to an exempt role where you're going to lose overtime and become a supervisor, is it even worth it? You know, is that pay incentivizing someone to lose their overtime? And so having a lot of different groups of pay plans to kind of manage makes it difficult to be able to easily and quickly say, yes, this is a true promotion. So based on all of that, Baker Tilly is recommending that the county really consolidate this down and have an exempt and a non-exempt pay plan. And then also because of some of the market conditions that are happening with attorney positions, we're recommending a third pay plan for those positions. And so I'm going to talk a little bit more about what the current situation is. So here is the different groups of pay plan sections that currently exist. So that A1 through A5, those are the administrative positions. We've got the Ds, which are directors, L's for legal positions, S is supervisor, T is technical. So kind of looking through here at this spread, this is talking about the range spread, and that's the distance from minimum to maximum. For the most part, most of these pay ranges are about 50% of a spread. And as a best practice, 50% is pretty wide if you're going to apply it to all positions. That's a good range spread for executive level positions. You would see that more so for directors. But if you think about entry level positions, thinking about bringing someone in at the minimum, and then the distance from the minimum to the midpoint should correlate with the size of the job, rather the learning curve of the job. So if you're thinking about an entry level position, it might take maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to master that job until that employee is doing the whole job. And at that point, they should be at the midpoint because the midpoint represents the market. So if you've got a 50% spread, that's 25%. And that's a lot of distance to cover. And after 3 years, they're not going to be even anywhere close to that market midpoint. So For some of those lower level positions, really the best practice is to have a lot narrower of a range spread so that you are getting those employees to their midpoint a lot sooner. So that's one of the things we wanted to focus on with the new pay plans. But also looking at all of these pay ranges and kind of just mashing it together and looking at how they impact each other and they overlap. There's a lot of overlap, and some of these are probably even duplicate ranges. And so when you start talking about why one position belongs in one pay range versus another, when it's so similar, there's so much similarities that just really kind of caused, it gave us cause to say we can make some pretty big consolidations here. So next I'm going to get into each of the 3 pay plans that we're proposing, starting with the proposed attorney plan. So this is an open range pay plan. That just means from the minimum to the maximum, it's open range. There's not defined steps in between. And this pay plan has 6 grades. It's pretty small. It's meant to just accommodate a handful of positions, those attorney positions. So it's really tailored to the level of work because the nature of work is the same. They're attorney positions. So you can see the range spreads here. We've got starting at 30%, kind of moving up to 50, 40, and then up to 50. And so this chart in the bottom right is what those pay grades look next to each other. It's how they overlap with each other and what that stair step is as you're progressing from one level to the next. And I want to point out that each of these 3 pay plans that we've prepared are aligned to the market at the midpoint. So the midpoint represents 100% of the market. A position assigned to grade 300, for an example, that $83,000 would represent the market value for that position. So this is a regression analysis that we prepared for the attorney positions. We prepared this for all of the pay plans, and this is just another tool we use to make sure we've built a pay plan that accommodates the natural distribution of jobs. So you're going to see this regression for each of the pay plan. And it really just helps us make sure that, first, there's a correlation between internal and external data. So along that bottom side of the chart, the 150 to 750, that represents the total job evaluation score. And then on the left side is that market average midpoint. So each dot is where job evaluation and market intersects. So really helping tell the story that there is a relationship between internal and external data, but also helps us identify maybe some outliers. So getting into the exempt pay plan, also an open range, starts at grade 200 and has 15 grades from 200 to 214. The range spreads here start at 40% and then progress up to 50. So you can see how they, in this chart in the bottom right, they just kind of get wider over time. And then the midpoint differential is going to be the distance from each grade at the midpoint. So that stair step that you kind of see kind of on an incline is that 8% difference. And so in the bottom left is also going to be the number of positions, the number of exempt positions that are assigned. There's an influx at grade 202, 205, 210, and that's likely where we've got a cluster of similarly situated positions like a group of supervisors, a group of managers, and a group of directors. And then getting into the regression for this pay plan, so that dark line is the line of best fit through all of the dots that you see. And then that bold dotted line is going to represent the proposed midpoint. So just kind of demonstrating that we've prepared a pay plan that fits across all of these dots and is keeping the county competitive for those positions. And then for the non-exempt pay plan, also an open range, starts at 100. So we had each of the pay plans start with a different numbering. There wouldn't be confusion over what grade is on what pay plan. So this pay plan has 17 grades starting at 100. The range spreads here start at 20%, increase to 30, 40, and then 50. So you can really see on that bottom right chart how those ranges get wider and wider as you go. And then also that 9.25% differential, it's a little bit more of a separation on this pay plan too. So jumping from one grade to a next is a little bit wider of a jump. I want to also point out that the minimum wage starting for this non-exempt pay plan is $12.20, and that's compared to what it is currently, which is $10.55. And then this bottom left chart is showing kind of the distribution of non-exempt positions and where they're falling in this pay plan. So having that influx around 107, 110. And then some more math for you. This is the regression for the non-exempt pay plan. just got the midpoint line kind of aligned as much as we could with that regression line to make sure we've got a good pay plan that kind of fits your distribution. And so one thing I'll point out, because you can kind of see some of these dots look like they're forming lines up and down. And so that means that those positions have the same or very close to each other job evaluation scores. That means internally, the value of those positions is very similar, but you can see that the market is a little bit different. And so we have, as we get into grade assignments, because this does not reflect grade assignments, rather it's just the raw data of the internal and external components. But you see we have both the internal and the external to consider as we're just figuring out what grade assignment would be most appropriate for those positions. So once we had those 3 buckets for pay plans and know what positions are going to go into each, talking about grade assignments, as I mentioned, the things that we considered were the internal equity, the job evaluation scores, the external equity, which is those market average midpoints, also the existing equity, what's the current midpoint, and what are the other positions that this position is currently grouped with? Because if we've only got market data for 1 out of the 3 that's clustered together, we kind of know, all right, maybe this cluster needs to float together with this market data or not. Maybe we need to pull it apart. But we also considered career progressions and supervisor-subordinate separation. Information that we did not consider was the person in the position. So their existing salary, their time of service with the organization, certainly their performance. We're only talking about the position and what is the value of the work and how do we plug that into the pay plan. So Baker Tilly established the preliminary grade assignments. We reviewed those with the county's project team, just making sure we're addressing any glaring outliers and got the right positions on the right pay plans. Next, we had a review process with the county's department heads. So the leadership of every department was invited to review this with us and provide feedback. So job evaluation and market is telling some of the story, but there are some nuances that maybe those leaders know a little bit more about than we would from this data. And so we really let their feedback kind of help us drive what those final grade assignments ended up being. So from there, we've got the pay plans, we've got the grade assignments, and now we're going to talk about the person in the position. So this was us using those existing salaries and seeing where they should fall relative to those new pay ranges and calculating a couple of different scenarios for implementation options. And so a couple of things I want to point out that these calculations reflect base pay only. It is not overtime or differentials or benefits. It's not total compensation or contributions to retirement. It's only base pay. I also want to point out that Baker Tilly never recommends a pay decrease for employees, so we do not recommend taking money away from anyone. In the circumstance where an employee's salary is above their new maximum, it's a best practice and our recommendation that they just stay frozen, so don't take their money away, just freeze them where they are. But getting into these scenarios, in this top right, you'll see a little table. There was 476 employees included in these calculations. There was 29 that had a salary above their new maximum. Those 29 employees were not included in these calculations. As I said, we recommend you just freeze them where they are. But there's 166 that have a salary that's below their new minimum. So option 1 is looking only at those 166 employees and moving them at least to their new minimum. That's the minimum action that the county needs to take to bring everyone into compliance and adopt this pay plan, is just getting those 166 at least to their new minimums. I'll point out though, the minimum is where you hire people, right? So some of those individuals who've been in their role for a number of years, being at the minimum may not be appropriate. You're ultimately creating a pay compression issue, which we're gonna get into in these next couple of scenarios. Option 2 is looking at moving employees to the minimum if they're below, or giving them a 4% adjustment, whichever is greater. So employees who are within range would receive that 4% adjustment, or if moving to the minimum was like 50 cents, they would instead receive that full 4%. So the point of that scenario is as everyone gets at least 4%. In option 3 and 4, we're going to get into pay compression. So this is looking at moving employees through those new ranges relative to how many years they've been in their position. So option 3 is looking at a 4% for every year, and then option 4 is looking at a 3% for every year. And so that's an adjustment from the minimum. So if you've been in your position for 3 years,
you would move 4% for all 3 of those years from the minimum. So they're meant to simulate if this pay plan was always in place and you received a consistent increase each of those years, where would you be? Where should you be in your pay range? And if your current salary is already higher than that amount, we'll just keep you where you are. We want to at least make sure you're far enough into the range is the point of that. And so the 4% adjustment per year or the 3% adjustment per year in scenario 4. And so I'll also add that's a 4% adjustment per year in position up to the maximum. We don't want to put anyone above the maximum, so that's kind of the cap on that. Now, talking about what information did we consider to come up with these scenarios, things that we saw in the data and that we understood were important to the county. First of all is your desired position within the market. So we built these pay plans to be at market. The midpoint represents 100% of the market. We also wanted to consider what is your hiring policy, your promotion policies, how are these pay plans going to continue to work after this implementation. Range penetration was especially important. So understanding how far within the range employees are currently. If you're with a range penetration calculation, 50% would be the midpoint, 100% would be the maximum. So this table over to the right is some information that that helped us make sure we're not building pay plans that are automatically obsolete because you've already got everybody at the maximum. So over here, the non-exempt, looking at the average years and positions, about 3.95 years. Currently, on average, those employees are about 32% of the way through their pay ranges. And then implementation option 1, for an example, would on average put them about 24%, versus option 4 would put them about 36%. So if we were seeing numbers like 80, 90%, that's how we know, well, we're putting a lot of people really close to the maximum. This pay plan's not going to really help you. But these numbers are actually pretty similar to what your current penetration is, so we know we're putting you in a healthy place within this pay plan that is aligned to the market. And then this chart at the bottom is really demonstrating how many years in position each of these employees have. So for the 476 employees, we've got years in position ranging from 0 to 44. Obviously, there's a lot of employees that 0 to 1 years. The average is 4, the median is 2. So you've got a lot of employees who either just joined the organization or just promoted. So we've got that cluster, but you also have a lot of employees who have quite a bit of years. So all things kind of even, knowing you've got a lot on one side and a lot on the other, seeing these implementation scenarios and the range penetration on those, we feel comfortable that we've got you in a healthy spot on that. So from there, our recommendations to the county is to approve the use of the open range pay plans with the sections for the attorney, the non-exempt positions, to approve those proposed grade assignments that we established with significant feedback from your leadership, to approve an implementation scenario that's going to address the county's compensation philosophy. It's going to address your business needs, but it's also going to be one that's sustainable. And then this last recommendation is my biggest one, which is to continue efforts like this to keep your class and comp system up to date and maintained going forward. And so that's things like routinely reviewing job descriptions, adjusting your pay structures with market conditions, and then also increases to move employees through those ranges. So happy to answer any questions.
A lot of information to absorb. So, commissioners, I hope you've taken the opportunity since last Friday to take a look at this and develop questions. Commissioner Hales, I only start with you because you're online and
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
I had a lot of questions. I guess I just want to point out that this is my third time through, really, because I read it carefully and then we met and asked questions in preparation. And so now this is my third time through, and I've learned a lot, and it's been very helpful. But my questions have all been answered. So I don't really have questions right now, but I guess I would just say that I never knew that so much could go into this. And I really am very happy with the way this new plan or scale is based on a foundation of fact. a solid foundation. And so I'm just really pleased about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Noset, I'm going to go to you next. No questions? Commissioner Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been in public life for a long time, and I've seen all kinds of inequities. The guy that's been on the job for 15 years, and they hire the new guy, and he's making the same amount of money with no experience.
Why are you looking at me?
Nothing personal. You're one of the hiring guys, so
Yeah, I just, I was repeating what Danny said to me earlier is, why are you looking at me?
At any rate, I asked a question or 5, and I concur with Commissioner Hales that this has been a very extensive review of our hiring processes and our pay processes here in Douglas County. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I am all about fairness, and I don't want to insult you by saying equity, because it's not it's a different kind of equity. And I think that you've done a marvelous job, and I like the parity and people getting a good wage, and yet being able to count on the fact that the county will continue to reward them for their good work here in Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. I too took an opportunity to look at this package before, and then we had our meeting with staff earlier this week to ask specific questions. We really appreciate the opportunity to visit with you, Ms. Lang, in that regard, and go through that and ask questions or have you point out different, sometimes you don't know the question to ask, right? You don't know what you don't know. So that's important. One question I didn't ask, and that was, and I believe that's probably been taken into account in this whole process, and something that the public is probably going to ask us is last year in the 22-23 budget cycle, we approved an employee raise of, I believe it was 11%. Am I correct on that number? 11%. So
Wendy Lang, for the record, there was a total of 11%. 2% was already established as the standard COLA. You guys doubled the COLA, and then also approved a 7% salary adjustment. So there was a total of 11% across the board. Yes. Right.
And I take it all those numbers and increases were taken into account during this particular study. So we're not. We did take that into account.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So those existing salaries were kind of considered in terms of here's where you are now, here's where you should be implementation-wise. But for the market perspective, I mean, being 0.1% off of the market average midpoint is an average. Some positions are double digits in both directions. So an across-the-board adjustment like that, I think I've been heard it referenced as peanut butter, as you just kind of spread it evenly across. Some of that is helpful to kind of just a blanket approach to getting everything to the market, but some positions are going to need a little bit more or a little bit less to just make sure you're recalibrating it. So using this new pay plan and those grade assignments is us tailoring the market and putting positions and grades that they should be based on how appropriate they are with their market now.
Right. And I think that's important for our public to understand and comprehend, is that while we did do that, which was a large increase. Okay, basically, that even though that got us up to it got us up almost to market range.
Yeah.
It didn't accomplish everything that we needed to do, and that's why we actually approved the compensation classification study. And as I believe we did in the most recent budget cycle, 23-24, we did anticipate a potential cost to the county of this report to our employee compensation package I think we left somewhere in the neighborhood of a little over 1.5 million or more. Maybe it was even a little bit more than that in anticipation of this report coming to us so that we could be prepared for this and not have to take a look at our budgets and reconsider other priorities that might take place or put other things on the back burner. So I think that was very insightful and forward-thinking of our finance department, so I appreciate them doing that. Very forward-thinking by this board also, to compliment my other commissioners in regards to making sure that we had those funds allocated so that we did not run into a situation here where, this would be a nice report, however, we can't afford it, right? That type of scenario. So we have 4 scenarios before us that you're recommending, or a possible one. So, but that's all I wanted to say in that regard. I thought those points were important to make to the public so that they understood where we were. Okay. Any comments, questions, observations? Okay, then this is for possible action.
Can I piggyback on what you said? I guess I have 2 questions that I asked, and I think it might be good for the public to know. Under this plan, would most county employees continue to receive raises based on merit or performance?
Wendy Lang, for the record, yes, that's correct. This plan is a one-time establishment of plans and placement in those plans. So continuing pay practices that have been established would continue. Baker Tilly will also, from this point forward, depending on the action today, help the county evaluate those practices and provide recommendations and feedback on those. But yes, that would continue as is in place currently.
And my second question would be, how long would you expect to have the effects of this study last, or this plan last, or when would this need to be done again?
Yeah, that's a great question. In a normal world, 5 to 7 years. If we keep having pandemics, maybe 3 to 5. But doing that last item on my list of recommendations, you need to do both a market adjustment and a general increase every year. You have to adjust with the market, and employees need to move through their range annually. And that's your housekeeping, so that the next time you do a comprehensive review like this, as you mentioned, it's affordable.
Okay, Commissioner Hales?
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate those answers.
Okay, and I believe our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, has some comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I just had a housekeeping comment for the record. Several commissioners have mentioned a meeting that they had with staff to discuss this agenda item. That was part of our regular agenda prep process, and that was meeting with staff one-on-one. So the commissioners did not meet collectively, and they had not met to discuss this item prior to today. I just wanted to clarify that because we've been getting a couple of email questions about open meeting law. So anyway, there you go.
Good observation. I appreciate you bringing that up because, yes, each commissioner meets individually with our county manager and district attorney to take a look at and ask potential questions so we can get clarification at this meeting during the week leading up to the board meeting. So anyways, and I mentioned that we thanked Ms. Lang. I think you probably sat in on all the sessions besides mine, right? So go ahead. Did you have any addition?
I do want to add one comment. Thank you very much, Chairman. Wendy Lang, for the record. While this study reviewed market of all of the positions within Douglas County, the implementation for the pay plans, those numbers and calculations are with regard to non-unionized employees and the DCA union. Both of those units are currently using the pay plan that Jada went over, that is, she's recommending improvement upon. The action before you today and the fiscal impact of that action is specific to non-unionized employees, and that is because the employees who have bargained have the right to bargain with the county for their wages and the structure of those wages. So we cannot take action with those employees until such a time that we're at the bargaining table with them.
And I believe those contracts are expiring next June 30th.
We have 3 labor
2020.
contracts expiring on
Yes,
June 30th.
yes,
That's
okay.
correct.
Okay. Okay, if there's no further questions by the commissioners, then we'll go to public comment. And then we'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council for Douglas County. I find it ironic that you would find this fun, that this is fun for you, that you would throw this kind of information at this board in the afternoon hour after being bombarded with information and throw 1,400 pages at these people and expect them to really get a handle on this situation. I would be willing to bet that few of them can even describe what they just heard. They really even know it or not. They're just going at the whims of their colleagues. They can't possibly keep up on all this detail. But for the score, let's just get back to a couple of the key points here. She says marketplace values and being on pace and on track with what everybody else is doing. You're basing this on over-exaggerated inflation, covert taxation. Your king of commerce, Donald Trump, murdered that Iranian general on January 2nd, 2020. And when he murdered that general, Iran, China, Russia, and Iraq all came out in opposition and said it was a violation of international law without a congressional approval, that every American would pay the price and that America would be going down from within. And on March 16th, COVID hit these shores and started rearing its ugly head. Now, we know that that pandemic was planned out. We know that your boy Donald Trump was responsible for initiating the plan. And we know that there's never been another elected representative to this ghost corporation like Donald Trump, and nor will there ever be another one again. And that the extent of the fraud is right here in our face again today. For 2 years, employees of this county took hiatus and worked from home, didn't have to answer their calls except Tuesday through Thursday, couldn't get an email response or a voicemail response. They made full-time wage living at home, banking off of the COVID pandemic. Then the county threw money at organizations who lost money, who couldn't provide services because we didn't need those services, obviously, but we compensated them accordingly. They gave them an 11% COLA, and now they're going to give them another raise based on marketplace values. I just can't wait for that solar kill shot to hit this grid and just knock out the whole rat race and the whole scheme that you guys are banking off of, because that's the only thing that's going to get your attention. There's nothing that's going to stop this kind of thinking whatsoever but a major catastrophe. Bring it on.
Additional public comment? Since no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 scenarios before us. I'd kind of like to get some feeling where you folks feel where we need to go. Commissioner Rice?
Well, in my one-on-one, I looked at the impacts of all 4 scenarios, and I prefer scenario number 4, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Nosad, Commissioner Tarkanian?
Just find it astounding that me and Commissioner Rice are agreeing on everything today.
Okay, did I feel this building just shake? Okay, Commissioner Hales, you have any other thoughts beyond what Commissioner Rice has expressed?
Just to clarify, is that the recommendation?
I believe when I look at the recommended motion on this agenda item, that is the recommendation is scenario
It's the 3% per year.
3% per year, per
Yeah.
consecutive year in their current position from a minimum of their new pay range up to the maximum of the range. Yes.
Yes, that's the one I'm in favor of as well.
Okay. Then it appears that we have a consensus here. So entertain a motion then. You have
Mr.
that
Chairman.
motion in front of you? Yeah. Okay.
I move that we accept the compensation and classification study completed by Baker Tilly as represented and adopt the recommended compensation and classification plan. That's a lot. Effective October 28, 2023 for non-unionized Douglas County employees with implementation via scenario number 4 as presented.
I heartily second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to accept the compensation classification study completed by Baker Tilly as presented and adopt the recommended compensation classification plan effective October 28, 2023 for non-unionized Douglas County employees with implementation via scenario number 4 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. There you go.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, for your careful attention and dedication to this important information and to valuing the workforce of Douglas County.
I know that each of the commissioners do value the work of the employees. When I look at the job website, we typically have anywhere from 20 to 30 positions open at any one time during the week. So we understand that those jobs are not going unfilled or uncompleted. They're being completed by the current workforce. And so we appreciate the extra efforts they're putting in to make sure that that work gets completed on behalf of our residents as well. So I hope they understand and appreciate our appreciation for them in that regard. And thank you, Baker Tilly. What is it? Jada? Jada. I think you've been before us before, and I can't remember your last name, but anyways, I'm sure it's somewhere in here. But anyways, thank you for your efforts. Okay. Okay. Ms. Lang can okay. And we'll go to item number 11 then, for possible action. Discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1621, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.06 of the Douglas County Code Planning Commission to allow members of the Douglas County Planning Commission to serve on boards, commissions, committees, and other non-elected appointments. This is the second reading, and this was brought forward onto our agenda by Commissioner Hales. You have anything you wish to share with us in that regard, Commissioner Hales?
No, I think this is a simple change that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
A lot of them.
Commissioner.
So I'm
Turkey.
seeing this only applies to the Planning Commission. Why wouldn't we make the same to other commissions and other boards that we have?
It's a good idea.
Promotion. I mean, why did you only include the Planning Commission then?
I didn't look to see if this same restriction applies even in other boards. That's a good question for Mr. Ritchie.
You're right. That is a good question. I don't believe it applies, or I believe that it's unclear in regards to the Planning Commission, because I think that's another specialized committee. But I may be mistaken. I don't know about our other boards and commissions.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Well, there's two aspects to this. There's our county policies, which restrict multiple appointments, and then there's requirements of NRS that also limit multiple appointments. So if the board wants to make changes, that's fine. It would be helpful if we knew exactly which ones you wanted to make.
At the point, I'm sorry. I'm still talking about my question. God darn. Never mind, let him go. He's getting mad at me. I don't want him mad at me today.
No, I think it's an important distinction, yes, and a legitimate question. So, Mr. Commissioner knows that?
I would have two questions about this. Why was this placed into the county code to begin with? And why change it now?
Perhaps Commissioner Hales wants to answer that question, or
I can't speak to why it was placed in the county code to begin with, other than I think perhaps they were trying to prevent some conflict of interest positions, but they painted with too broad a brushstroke. And now is because there is a member of the Planning Commission who has a potential opportunity to serve on a state committee. It's not an elected position. It would be an assignment, and there would be no conflict. And he would like to serve in that capacity. So that's why now.
Okay, now follow up. This particular County Code 2.06.020 Baker. Members of the Planning Commission shall hold no other public office except that the one such member may be a member of a zoning board of adjustment, period. There is a reason that they put that in there. They didn't want to have anybody serving, pardon the way I say it, two masters. If this person's wants to go to the state appointment, I would suggest they resign and then go take that appointment.
Well, I certainly would want to avoid all conflicts, but I think we have other structures in place, like the ethics law. And I think probably other provisions in our policies that prevent conflicts. I think it's an overly broad restriction that prevents a lot of service that is perfectly compatible with being a planning commissioner.
This was placed in the county code 54 years ago, or 45 years ago. And there's a darn good reason for it, because they didn't want to have anybody to serve two masters. Or if you get so wound up in one job, you can't pay attention to the other job, either way, on either the county side or the state side. I am coming down on a no on this one.
I guess my concern is, I'm sort of different than what I have Commissioner Noah said. I'm not sure what the problem would be with this, but it seems like this is amending an ordinance for one specific person, which I don't even know if you can do that, can you? I mean, try to amend an ordinance just to satisfy one specific person's needs. I mean, I don't see a problem with somebody being on a commission and being able to do something maybe the governor points them to, which I think is what we're talking about here. But, I mean, my bigger point is, are we doing it just for one person? Are we opening this up across the board for other people?
Well, it certainly would apply to everyone. I think a lot of times changes are precipitated by a specific situation, but then you, of course, have to look at them and say, is this good all the time for everyone? Because that's, what the impact would be.
Can you tell us who this is for, what the position he's been is going to be appointed to, or is this some type of secret?
Since
No,
it's really
there should not be secrets. Okay, I think in the interest of public transparency, I agree that. But this is not being written for one particular person. I have to admit that I have always had some questions about this particular code. We've had members of our planning commission previously who have also decided that perhaps they would like to serve as a member of an elected GID board, which I don't see really a conflict of interest in my view. But they have been required to, if they were serving on our planning commission and did get elected to that GID, they've had to resign as a member of our planning commission. Yet we, as individual commissioners, are allowed also to serve as elected members of a GID. And we've had that case happen from time to time, okay? Now, obviously, you can't run for two offices at the same time, so they haven't necessarily, their terms haven't necessarily coincided exactly with their election as a commissioner, but I do know that that's occurred. And then we also have a policy that limits our appointments, is supposed to limit our appointments in most cases to only allowing a member of one of our advisory boards to serve on one advisory board at a time. So I think that when this happened, there was just some feeling that maybe we needed some clarification. I don't know that we ever needed to change this, but because I think it's, I don't know, but anyways, I
haven't had the answer. Can someone tell me who's
that's a good question.
We're doing this for and what the position is with the
I think Commissioner Hales might be able to answer that question. Do you know the person that is potentially being selected on a statewide board, Commissioner Hales?
I do, but I don't think it's even relevant because this is going to apply to every planning commissioner henceforward if we make this change.
You just stated earlier that this was done because one person on the current planning board is seeking to do this. You just stated that earlier. I'm not voting for it if we're not going to have full disclosure.
I said it was precipitated.
And one other question. If you can't tell us who it was, how many people had approached you about doing this very thing from other commissions on the county level?
You're asking that of me?
Yes, it's you. How many people went to you and asked to be allowed to take a position with the state government while serving with the county?
No people asked me. No people came to me and asked me this. The question was first initiated
by your own words. You said that.
No member, no person came to me individually and said, would you please change this? Another member of the planning commission said, there's this situation. And maybe you should look at this language.
Why are we talking in such hidden terms? I mean, what's the big secret here?
I'm just cognizant that this person may or may not get appointed, and I don't want to put them in a position of embarrassment.
Huh.
So,
you brought the issue up, and you mentioned it was for one person who was offered.
No, it's not for one person.
You stated that. So
the situation came to light because of one person, but it's not for one person, and they didn't ask for the change. Someone else asked for the change. So I think this happened. This is not unusual, and one individual circumstance can cause you to look at something and say, "Oh, it makes sense to change that." But it's not for that person. It's for everyone.
Commissioner Harrells, my first question was, why is it only the planning commission? And then you stated because one of the planning commissioners was offered an appointment, and you said it was that planning commissioner. Now, if you want to say, okay, well, that gave you the idea to allow this, so why didn't you allow them to all boards? Why did you just limit it to the planning commission?
So,
because I only looked at
hang on a second. I have an answer for that, Ms. Hales. Okay, Commissioner Hales, is because this ordinance, Chapter 2.06, only applies to the planning commission. Okay, it doesn't apply to our other boards. Okay. Right. Okay. So it doesn't apply to our other boards, and I questioned whether or not it was really necessary because the section we're looking at adjusting is item B. The members of the Planning Commission shall hold no other office except that one such member may be a member of a zoning board. And so the question I had was what clarifies an office? What is a serving on another board? Is that a office? I don't know that that's an office. It's an appointment. It's not. And so then when we debated this a month ago, we talked about whether or not we should add, because all we were going to do is strike the other okay? And then what we're looking at is changing it, should hold no other publicly elected office. Well, okay, so that just clarifies it. So, but we have the flexibility of, you know, even though it's a policy, we've had situations in the past on other boards where we've gone ahead and appointed an individual to multiple boards. A lot of it has to do with geographics and the requirement on those boards that we apply only to the geographical area. So anyways, this is only the code for the Planning Commission, and that's why it only applies to the Planning Commission at this time. So if we want to entertain that process, we can look at the other ordinances that apply to our other boards and see if we need to make similar adjustments. I don't know.
You know, as I stated, I don't see as I stated, I don't see why with a negative to it. In fact, I can only see a positive if you have another person resident in Douglas County that's going to be on a state board that the governor appoints you to. I can only see a positive for the county. I just don't understand what the secret is. It was, I mean, I don't know. We're going to leave here today with the secret, then it'll be disclosed, and I don't know why we want more transparency here, but I don't see a negative in doing this, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there's no other comments or questions, we'll go to the public comment on this, on item number 11. Sensing no other public comment, okay.
Maureen Casey, Chair of the Planning Commission. There is no secret. It was one of the members of the Planning Commission was asked to apply for a board, and the appointment will not be made until October. I do not feel comfortable in disclosing which member of the Planning Commission because he did not give me permission to disclose who it was. But I feel that since this chapter of the code only applies to the Planning Commission, and we have trouble getting people, qualified people, to apply to the Planning Commission and retaining qualified people on the Planning Commission. As the chair said, we did have someone, and he resigned because he was elected to a GID, which I'm sorry to disagree with you, but I do believe there is a conflict when someone sits on a GID elected board and on the Planning Commission. There is a conflict because they would have to recuse themselves when something comes up with the GID. Needless to say, I agree. I believe that. But when someone has the opportunity to sit on a state board with this current chapter being in place, they would choose to serve for the state and resign from the Planning Commission, given that option. We want to retain qualified people on the Planning Commission. So by removing this language, they can do both. A meeting on a state board is not weekly, it's not monthly on most instances. So by removing this language, we have the opportunity to recruit people who can keep their state appointment and sit on the Planning Commission. They don't have to choose. Or they're sitting on the Planning Commission, they can apply and receive a state appointment. It's good for Douglas County to have the exposure and the education on a state board and on the Planning Commission. I thank you in advance for considering this, and if you adopt it, you have my greatest thanks, and the Planning Commission thanks you as well.
James McCallum for the record. I also recommend that you adopt this. I don't know this is a fact, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was put into place in the first place, however many years ago, because somebody wanted to keep somebody from doing something. And I think it's just in fairness. I also think that some kind of review of all the rules regarding boards and commissions to make sure there's nothing that's arbitrary and that we have real reasons when we deny something. I know when the Board of Equalization, I believe the limit is 3 people can serve who are elected officials. I'm currently the only one, but I could see that coming up and disqualifying some people needlessly. So I think a total review of this is in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Since no other public comment, we'll bring it back to the board.
I just want to say I agree with everything Maureen stated, except if the gentleman gave you permission to approach Commissioner Hales to make the change, then he obviously should have given the permission to have his name disclosed. I'm going to vote for it because I think it's only a benefit to the county. I just think it leaves a taint when we're going to sit here and try to hide things from the public.
Commissioner Nosat.
All right, I'm going to disagree with Commissioner Tarkanian. Nothing new. Huh?
Did I just feel the building shake?
Yeah. But I can see a conflict just by simply holding 2 jobs, one at one level of government and one at a lower level of government. And somebody is not going to get served here because I can foresee either job occupying a lot of the time and denying the other job the benefits of their talent. So I don't see why we should expose ourselves to that, or I don't see why we should have anybody who wants to do that kind of thing expose themselves to that. So my recommendation would be to resign from the Planning Commission, take the job at the state.
Okay. And what I'll state is that these are all volunteer positions. And I don't think we should prevent part-time volunteer positions. Right. So I don't think we should deny that, an individual who wants to serve on multiple boards. And I would recognize also that we take a lot of time as commissioners, but we also have a lot of other responsibilities that we take time to do also. So I don't know that any one of those other responsibilities is diluted because we're county commissioners or vice versa. So anyways, I think and my observation would be, and I've always questioned this since I've been a commissioner and before I was a commissioner, this line B, I've never understood why this line B is even in there. Sorry to disagree, Ms. Casey, but I just don't understand it. I think there's a greater chance of conflict between the Board of Commissioners and serving on a GID, and yet that's allowed. But our Planning Commission is an advisory board and does not make a lot of substantial decisions, and so I don't see the conflict personally. But anyways, that being said, I'll entertain a motion if you're so inclined, Commissioner Hales, since you brought this forward.
Yes. Should I make a motion?
That's what I'm suggesting.
All right. I move approval of Ordinance 2023-1621, amending Chapter 2.06 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the adopt Ordinance 2023-1621 as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay, and with that, 2 items left, the presentation only items. For number 12 is for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that we serve on, be a member of, or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Who wants to start here? Commissioner Hales?
You know, I'll save my report for next time when I'm in person and I don't have any agenda item requests.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Nosat, Commissioner Rice. You never avoid this opportunity.
Listen, when you're on 11 boards, You're busy. Okay, since our last meeting, I, along with Commissioner Hale, attended a South Shore TMA meeting. I also attended a TRPA meeting, and my wife and I celebrated our 43rd wedding anniversary.
Wow. Okay. Okay. She must be an angel. Congratulations.
She's also a good
Congratulations.
nurse, trust me.
Congratulations. No. Okay. And so, as expected, I have also been attending the various boards and commissions that I'm responsible to attend on behalf of Douglas County. Looking forward to, we have a, actually after the next meeting, we do have a NACO meeting out in Elko, and also looking forward to the Business Council Critical Issues Forum coming up at the end of the month as well. But with that, that's all I have to report today. We do have a very important event coming into the county this weekend, the Douglas County Rodeo. So anyways, that should be a fun event. With that, we'll go to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Jason Gibson with the Planet Art Network Perspective. What a success. The most prolific success in the history of themeplex culture, galactic culture, peace through culture on the planet today. Thanks for that weather. We've got all the press that we need to show that we can survive the elements without their perpetual state of emergency or all of the bogus press that was used to try to suggest otherwise. It is peace through culture that rules Nevada and this godforsaken nation. A majority of you in Douglas County don't attend Burning Man. You've never been to a national gathering of the tribes because you're bankrupt. You're culturally poor. And we've determined, the High Council has determined that Douglas County is a cesspool of drug addicts, which is why Richie Rich can't make it to the gathering, and which is why our undersheriff will not even attempt to go to the gathering until he's retired. Sure, Ron. You're drug addicts. You're addicted to money, power, false authority, materialism, sex taboos, and death fear. You're morally and spiritually bankrupt. How many of you had a full moon, honeymoon of sort, or some kind of breakthrough, or maybe a rite or a ritual that you celebrated with your beloved? Anybody? Nobody. Nobody. Because they worship a dying world order, and they're on their way out. August 18th, as you know, no, August 15th, their God, President Donald Trump, was indicted on racketeering conspiracy charges. There's a reason why they stopped at 13, like the 13 stripes, like the 13 in our Great Seal, that dollar bill, 13 stars, 13 arrows, 13 olive branches, 13 levels to the temple of the law on the back of the pyramid. It reads New World Order, which is a return to the organic order. They have no interest in any of these things. They didn't stop at 13, though. It's 19 people who were indicted, like COVID-19, like the 19 terrorists, like the Code 19. That's the natural law of the 20 tablets the Mormons were entrusted with. 20 solar seals in the solar count of the Hob, 13 moons, 28 in the Tun Uk. That's the solar galactic count, the natural law, the supreme order of the dominion of time. And no one getting out alive.
Additional public comment?
comment has to do with Highway 50, which I know is the opening SOAR. It's going to be opened again, mainly because of what NDOT has done to open its SOAR, is that they've put again on their webpage a survey. And as the earlier presenter said, it's actually a very flawed survey. And on the radio today, they made a general announcement that I think made it all the way down into Reno, Carson City, and maybe even into California. So what I do realize is that you all don't have any legal authority over Highway 50. And so maybe when we have those heated meetings of July, like we did have on July 20th, maybe it's really a waste of our time to show up here, and we're better off exerting our energy down at NDOT at their board meetings to express our disdain, our anger, our passion with them, that as far as we feel is that they're endangering our lives. And the real danger, safety issue is narrowing our fire corridor. I mean, as we just talked about, and thank God the Sheriff Carverly, he's coming up with a real evacuation plan. NDOT has nothing. They claim they do, nothing. Back in October 2022, I asked them if they had they just had a deer in the headlights look when I asked them about it. So thank God at least you're covering us in the event of some fire happens and we won't end up like Maui, or like he brought up, like Paradise. So I guess instead of going through some other things, I personally feel that it's Darren Tedford who's responsible for all this, and I'm going to call it, for lack of a better word, harassment, because this has been going on since 2017. In 2017, they refused the road diet, and why is it still going on today? Why is it still going on today? Why is it that no doesn't mean no? I mean, where'd that come from? So why does it mean the same thing? So I hate to suggest this, and I mean this out of all respect. I know you guys are busy and never busy, but I would just humbly respect that I think you have a moral authority, and maybe if you would take that moral authority and personally attend one of their NDOT meetings and kind of bring it to the point of the governor who sits down there of this concern of ours, it may help to enforce or to get the impression that no means no. And so you don't have any more repetitions of July 20th and Mr. Tedford having to explain why his employees screwed something up. And maybe he himself did it, I don't know. And with that, I'll end it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schloss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I'm commenting under public comment because I wanted to take this moment to remind everyone we have a strategic plan going on. And of course, I can't miss a chance to beat that drum. So you have it on your list. All right, so a reminder to the public. First of all, I would like to thank the public for their attendance at our meeting and the board for their attendance at the meeting on August 24th. Lots of positive feedback, wonderful input. It was a solid day of good information that we received from the public, but we have many more opportunities for the public to engage in the strategic planning process. The first opportunity is that we have launched our survey. It is live. It launched on September 5th. That was just 2 days ago. And within less than 24 hours, we had over 140 responses. We want to see that number continue to grow. So please do visit our website. Check out our strategic plan survey. If you're not able to attend any of the public workshops, we really strongly encourage you to engage with us through that survey. But in terms of those public workshops, the first one's coming up on September 19th. It's from 4 to 7:30, and that will be at our community center. For those individuals who have kids, please bring them. We've got a activity room for children older than the age of 1 will be provided during this workshop. We're also going to be providing food and refreshments. Please do come and engage with us. And then we're going to host a second workshop October 9th from 4 to 7:30 at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency building. We're not going to be able to host kids in that space, but please do take an opportunity to engage in your strategic plan. It's some of the most important work that we can do as government to make sure that the community is involved and they have an active voice in our planning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson.
Maureen Casey, last time you'll see me speaking as an individual. Jennifer reminded me. I just wanted to say I had so much fun at the strategic plan meeting last week. I missed the morning, I was doing other things. But it was so much fun in the afternoon, going table to table. Staff was on top of everything. Everybody was engaged. The public that was there was engaged. The way it was set up, writing on the paper, writing on the boards, it was just fun. The commissioners that were there, Danny had some great points. Walt had points, Mark had points. It was just fun. And I would like to encourage other members of the public that haven't come to come. And I hope to be there the next meeting and the one after. I didn't think it would be, but it was great. And thank you, Jennifer, for such a great job. And thank you to the commission for allowing this process to go on the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Additional public comment? Okay, and I just wanted I wanted to echo Ms. Davidson's comments. That's going to be in the senior dining room of the community center. So it's all one massive parking lot, but it'll be in the senior dining room. And as she said, we'll be serving some refreshments. So anyways, look forward to the public's involvement in that. But sensing nothing else on the commission, on the agenda, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.